directly pass. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that you or me? Oh, it's you.
Γιάννη, κλείστο. Το ένα. Say something.
Hello? Hello? Oh, and
Όχι,
then
είσαι
it's off.
εντάξει. Ωραία.
Oops.
Κλείνεις. Είμαστε
was the first one like I wasn't? Were you here yesterday? Yeah. In the afternoon there was still not like full, but like more. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I heard the guy saying that they were gonna do like a improv thing with the unicorn at 9 o'clock, but it wasn't in the schedule, so maybe that's why everybody's. Yeah, I only saw him at the beginning. Yeah, I messaged you guys update. Yeah. Oh, see, now people are coming in. Mhm. It's not hot outside yet. That's how early it is. So maybe I will go out at like one more minute and I'll do my talking and then yeah, that way you can have a little. I have a lot. Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, picture time? Can I be in it? I'm just kidding. I don't know what was happening, so.
We're trying to take a selfie, but
Oh, sure. Sorry, guys. You could smell me breathing, or you can hear me breathing so heavy. I'm sorry. Okay, good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing on day 2? Oh, thank you. Is everyone a little tired? Partied a little too hard last night? No? No. Yeah, just hear one. Okay, so I will start off with a few general announcements, and then I will pass the stage over to the awesome speaker. If you didn't hear these announcements yesterday, or if you did, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat them. There is a lost and found and swag table and info desk in the middle of the expo. So if you lose anything, find anything, or you haven't got your swag bag, head over there so you can get your t-shirt, bags, and WordPress postcards. Also, we do have a community booth. That's where you can ask even more questions, trade in the postcards for other ones, and just talk to some of the volunteers. There is also the wellness track. So we had yoga this morning. At 3, we have Tai Chi. And then at the end of the day, after all of the festivities are over, they will go on another hike. There was one yesterday. I think they left around 6:20, so there'll be another one today if you guys missed the one yesterday. And then also don't forget that today we have Matt's Q&A. It's going to be on track 1, so you can submit questions online as well if the lines with the microphones are too long. And there's the after party tonight. So it's also WordPress's 20th birthday, so it's going to be a lot of fun. It's at the Lohan, I think I said that right, Lohan nightclub, yep, okay. So just bring your badge so you can get in, and you'll get some food and drink tokens. And and then we'll have a fun party tonight. So now what you guys are all here for, I'm going to make a very short introduction because she's going to introduce herself. So let's give a round of applause and welcome to the stage, Anna. Woo!
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I know it's too early in the morning, so thank you more for being here. So I want to start with a question. How many times have you seen, no, actually, have you at least seen once in your life, in your career, a big traffic drop in Google Analytics and you get panicked with? If yes, I want you to raise your hand. Perfect. OK, I see you, I feel you, and I promise you by the end of this talk, I will make my best so you have all the tool set needed to deal with any traffic drop coming your way. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Anna. I'm an SEO consultant. I have 7 years of experience in SEO, and I'm founder of Search Magic, an SEO boutique agency based in London. So let's give a context first. Google has a dedicated team working on their algorithm to improve the quality, overall experience, and relevance of their search results. So every 3 to 4 months, they release a big algorithm update. And once in the year, they release the core algorithm update. And it changed a lot the SEO landscape. Now, a brief of history. These are some of the most important Google updates happened over the past decade and more. We had Panda update, which was about identify low-quality websites. Then we had Penguin update, which was about identify black hat signs of link building. Then we had Medic update, which was emphasizing on the authority, expertise, and trustworthiness of pages that were affecting the well-being and happiness of a person. And then the most recent one, we had helpful content, which was about to identify if the pages have actually helpful content for the users. And a small note here is that actually we don't know what an update is when it's released. There is a lot of discussion and research from SEOs all over the world to identify what's going on. And a fun fact here is that we give the names, so that's why you see all these weird names about panda, penguins, and all these animals. So a good point is, why should I care about an algorithm update? And I know you're right. There are 3 ways to get affected by an algorithm update. You might not affect it at all. You might affect it in a good way, or you might negatively affect it. And that's the point that you care about, because you're actually losing rankings. So what this means? It means that simply, if you lose rankings, you get lower positions in search results for specific keywords. And when this happens, you get lower visibility, less people see you. And actually, you get less traffic in your website, and that, of course, means you get less sales. That's why you should care about. So if organic search is among your 3 to 4 top traffic sources of your website, it's definitely going to be an issue. So SEOs are really good guys. We're a bit weirdos, a little bit. We love devs. They make our life much more easier. But at the same time, we are really brave. You can't scare us very easily until we see in our feed this. Later today, we're releasing a broad algorithm update. Oh my God. It actually feels like this. It's like the clown from It in our living room saying, "Hi, I'm here for you." Oh my God. And I have to admit that even though I have worked in many traffic losses, every time I see this announcement, I'm like, OK, here we go again. We're going to deal with this. So what we should do if we hit by an algorithm update, what can be done? And I'm afraid you're not going to like the answer. You can do nothing. And there's nothing you can do about it. If it's about to get hit, you will hit anyway. So at this point, you'll probably be like, OK, we wake up too early in the morning. Why are you even here? Why do we even do this talk? But I'm like, wait, guys, I need a moment to make my point. Give me just some minutes. So what a Google update, an algorithmic update, actually means. It means that Google has rethink the search intent of a specific page, and you are simply not relevant anymore. Meaning that based on the user's data and user's behavior, they tend to search different kind of information of what they used to search. So, yeah, simply as that, you're not relevant anymore. And if I want you to keep one thing from this presentation, is that Google is not like the big punishing guys try to find website owners that don't comply with their guidelines. They're more like the guys that they want to serve the best search experience. This is what they're working on. This is what their mission. And Google updates are simply part of the job. And to better understand this, I have a couple of examples. My favorite one is this one. It's about a huge publishing website based in UK. They lost over 70% of their traffic overnight. It was huge at this point. And this creates a lot of questions. But if we look closer to their page, this is actually one of their top ranking pages. So they used to be top ranking pages. But if we look closer to it, we will see that in the same page, they're talking about politics, gossip, and fashion. So my question is, what is the point of this page? What is serving? What is the main target? Why should even exist? And more than that, why should even rank? And if we look even more closer, we will see that the core Web Vitals scores, it's 11 out of 100, which means that probably a page takes 1,000 years to load, which, OK, leads again to the question, why this page should be in the top search results. And at this point, I want to tell that most of the pages, most of the category pages, were like that. So it makes totally sense why they lost their traffic. Another example, Cockapoo food. And by the way, Cockapoo is a dog breed. On April 2022, it was a keyword leading to a full informational search results. It was about research. It was about lists. But some months later, April 2022, it was leading to full transactional results. People, they just want to buy the Cockapoo food. So that's why it makes sense to not be relevant. And OK, now we have a really good overview of what's going on and some more generic information about the algorithm updates. But at this point, we need to see the next step, which is what I'm about to do with my manager or the stakeholders, that once they found out this drop, they're about to get mad. And this is not you. If your website is not related to any business goals, you have a big competition, you don't have a bigger competition, or in your industry doesn't go a lot of things, this is definitely not a point of interest. If this is you, I'm jealous of you, I want your job, but for everyone else, we have a lot to talk about here. So first of all, we need to be transparent, meaning we have to address the issue very early on and make sure they know they are aware what's going on. Because if they found themselves, well, it's not going to be a good next step. And also make sure you have some solid next steps and actions to tell them, so that will make them feel secure that you know what you're doing and you have it all under control. Next up, you need to manage expectations, because the traffic loss might happen overnight, but it's not going to get solved overnight. It's about to get months to recover from this. So you need to make sure they are aware of it. And the last part is to educate them what happened, why it happened, and that it's not your fault or the entire team's fault. It can happen to anyone. And actually, it happens to a lot of websites. So, OK, how can we avoid get hit by an algorithm update? And to be honest, you can't avoid it at all. It's part of life, let's say. There is no a specific checklist to go through and say, OK, I'm done with Google updates. But there is some kind of actions you can take to eliminate the chances. So first of all, you need to be proactive, of course. So that means you have a really good SEO strategy in place that it's going to help you a lot. You can read Google's guideline updates to make sure you comply with them. This is also going to help you. And this is especially helpful if you have a new client. You can review their backlink profile. what we're doing here is to actually search if they have any signs of black hat strategies or they have a poor backlink profile. Also, we can check if there is like any manual actions in the Google Search Console, because all of these could be triggers for a traffic loss. And my favorite one is to create content across the buyer's journey in order to cover all search intent. So for the Cockapoo food example, what you can do is create content, not just the product page, create content for all stages of the funnel to make sure you are covered in case you lose some rankings. So for the Cockapoo food example, instead of just having the product page, you could also have reviews page, video content, guides, recipes, and any other kind of content formats. It's going to help. So we are done with the first part, and we're going to the juicy part, which is how to deal with this traffic drop and what you can do to go over with it. And at this point, I have another question. How you're about to deal with Google, with a traffic drop or any algorithm update. I want you to raise your hand and let me know. Don't throw the laptop out of your window is not an option. I've tried it, it's not working, so don't try it at home. OK, is anyone who would like to speak and tell me how it's going to deal with a traffic drop? OK, let's go through the presentation then. Oh, yes. Perfect. Any other ideas? I can see you, by the way, very well. So, OK, yes. Sorry? Updating. Oh, updating. Yes, really good one. Good idea. OK. Any other ideas? Anyone wants to share something? OK, let's go through the presentation then. I created a spreadsheet that is going to help you to analyze any traffic drop, even if it's from an algorithm update or not. I was actually creating the spreadsheet during I was creating the presentation at the same time, so to make sure that I have detailed out all the next steps. So the goal is to study the best period of traffic and rankings and compare it to the worst period of ranking and traffics. And to do that, we will need two tools, Google Analytics and SEMrush, or any other SEO tool that can provide historic ranking data. It's going to help. So for this example, I'm about to analyze an actual website with an actual big traffic loss, like really big. It's mightymoms.club, and it has, again, a big loss out of 70% more loss. So what I'm about to do first is to open SEMrush. At the website, go to the domain overview. At the website, and go to the big traffic trend graph. And I'm about to spot the best period of time. And I'm about to click this period. Getting a period of like a month, it's like a good amount of time. So once I have the list, I'm about to get a full report of keywords rankings. I'm going to get tons of keywords, especially if the website is really big. So I want to do some filtering at this point to make sure that I don't go to analyze thousands of keywords manually. That wouldn't help. So the filtering that I'm suggesting is the following. Keep only the top 20 keywords so they have a minimum search volume of 100. And also sort the list by estimated traffic. So at this point, you will get all the best pages by traffic that they have a proper amount of searches. And now it's about to export the list. I'm going to get thousands of metrics that I don't need, I don't care about them. The only metrics that I care about and I want to keep is the URL, of course, the keyword, the position, and the estimated traffic. So I'm about to create a spreadsheet, create the sheet 1, which is SEMrush data. And at these metrics, I'm going to call this spreadsheet SEMrush data. And keep forward. So the next step, now that I have my SEO tools, let's say data, is to look on the real data. And to do that, I need to cross-check my data with Google Analytics. So I'm going over Google Analytics, taking a big amount of time, around 2 years. I'm going to find, again, the spot peak period of time. Hopefully, I've done correctly from SEMrush, and it's the same period of time with SEMrush. And if that's correct, good news. So I'm going to click the period of time, again, a month, go to the landing pages report, sort by sessions, not users, and export the list. And for this example, the website that we were looking for, I want to tell you that 75% of the entire organic traffic was focused only in one page, a category page. And that was really bad. It puts you in terrible position, very vulnerable position, mostly because if this page happened something to it, you're done. You have lost half of your traffic. So again, we're going back to the Google Analytics list. Now I have exported the list. Again, I'm going to get tons of metrics and things, but I'm not need anything. I need only landing pages, sessions, and bounce rate. So I'm about to create a second sheet, Google Analytics data, best period of time, and adding only the 3 columns that I need. And the tip here is, from Google Analytics, you are not going to get like a full URL. So what you need to do is to add this specific line that it allows you, it's like a formula to get the full URL of the page. OK, now I need to cross-check what happens to the pages of the best period of time, because if it's a long time away, they don't even exist anymore. And it's really important to know. So I'm going over Screaming Frog, which is a really good auditing tool. I'm going to flip Screaming Frog to list mode. I'm going to add the URLs. I'm going to crawl only these URLs, take the status code, find out if they're, for example, redirected, if they're 404s and what's going on. And I'm about to create a third sheet with the Screaming Frog data. So for the example that we were talking so far, there was a really big amount of pages that were 404 pages, means they didn't exist anymore. And there was also many pages with non-available products that haven't been handled at all. So that means actually that there were pages that make sense that they used to have traffic and they don't have traffic anymore. So it wasn't even the Google update thing. It was just products don't exist. So the spreadsheet looks like this now. And once you get the presentation, you probably can be zoomed more. We have the SEMrush data. We have the Google Analytics data. We have the Screaming Frog data. And now it's time to combine all this data and make some conclusions. So I'm going to need all the important metrics from both SEMrush and Google Analytics sheets. And what I'm about to do is create a new sheet, which is called Combined Data. I'm going to keep all the data from SEMrush, and I'm going to extract automatically the SEMrush data. In order to do that, I'm going to use a VLOOKUP formula. You don't have to go through and find VLOOKUP, how it's working. I have it right there, exactly the formula that you need to use. And you're going to extract all the data for Google Analytics automatically with this way. But we're not done yet. We have more. The next thing is to check either any landing pages that exist in Google Analytics data. They have a big amount of traffic, but I didn't extract them so far from the combined data. So I'm going back to the Google Analytics data, create a new column, again add a VLOOKUP formula to save time, and I'm going to extract the data and check if the URL exists or no. If the news are good, I'm totally caught up with both sheets, so I don't need to do something else. And the last piece of this Excel is to get the current ranking position or the worst ranking position for these keywords that I'm trying to study. I have the best rankings, what they used to be, but I need to find out where they are today. And now we're going to the big finale, which means study the data. We're about to create a pivot table. This is going to help us a lot identify the next steps. And what I want to do here is to find out for each URL what are the keywords and what is their ranking position trends. So I'm going to use as main values the landing page and the keyword, and add some secondary values from traffic, position, and everything else. And I have right here exactly the steps that you need to take in order to create this pivot table and add the correct values. So once I have the pivot table, I'm going to end up with a spreadsheet like this. So for each keyword, for each page, I have all the keywords, the rankings, and the search volume. And for each page, I know exactly what are the keywords, which might be a big variety of them. For a page, I might rank for like 20 keywords or more. What I want to find out is for each page, what keywords had a traffic loss, and what pages had the traffic loss, and if they have traffic or not. This is the important thing here. So to help a little bit the situation, I'm about to sort out the page by organic traffic. So at this case, I'm going to get the best pages in terms of traffic, and I can be able to see the keyword rankings. And that's it, actually. Then we have to find the patterns and study the data that I'm not going to do today because it might take a lot of hours. But let's recap the process. Actually, I'm about to find first the peak period of time from SEMrush. Then I'm about to do some filtering because I don't want to go through thousands of keywords. I'm about to cross-check the peak period with Google Analytics data. After that, I'm about to find the status of the pages because they might not exist anymore. Create the combined data and put them all in Excel, create the pivot table, and then it's time to identify the patterns and to find the next steps. And at this point, I want you to remember we have two missions when a traffic drop is happening. The one is to defend the rankings that we have today, and the second one to increase the potential and traffic of the rest of the pages. And here are some solid next steps that can work in any case. That would be to focus on pages that they have a big amount of traffic and they have a loss probably in rankings, and work on their content and their metadata. Try to identify quick wins, meaning work on keywords from position 4 to position 30, and make quick optimization. That's going to bring a really quick boost of traffic to your website. Also, focus on keywords that are, let's say, they don't have such a big amount of competition, but they have a big amount of searches. And last but not least, create content across the buyer's journey and start creating more content that cover more search intent. And last but not least, try not to panic. I don't want to say don't panic because we're all humans. We're going to panic anyway. So probably I would finish this presentation with the next steps. I think it makes more sense. Just keep the next steps, the solid next steps. And thank you very much for your time today.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, we actually have time for some Q&A. So I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions, but we have 2 microphones set up, one on each aisle. So if you have any questions, head over to the microphone right now. Depending on how many people there are, we'll just limit to 1 question at a time, and we'll just be lingering over here.
Hi, good job.
Hi.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
From your experience, is it better to create a 404 page for a page that does not exist anymore, or redirect them to the home page? I'm speaking if the page does not exist and there is no relative page to redirect the visitors.
In my opinion, I would prefer redirect the page, 301, not to the home page, to the most relevant category or subcategory. It would make more sense, so you won't send all the redirections to the home page. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, if a site got hit with any algorithm, will Google put the domain of that particular website into their bad books, even though we are trying to match the level that Google is already asking us to do, like as you are mentioning? How will Google tackle that part? Will they just put us like they were the people whom we already hit on their faces, let's put it that way, and now they are trying everything to get back, basically?
Can you please repeat, because I think
no
I
worries.
didn't
Let's say that I have a URL like malapress.com, and I had we had 50% traffic coming from one page, which is services, for example, and we got hit by any algorithm update. Now the URL will remain the same, malapress.com. Okay, now we, as a company, we are taking the measure to get back our, like what we lost and everything. Will Google keep that URL in their bad books as actual URL, like even or the domain? How do they handle that?
So you actually have focused the traffic to one page,
Yeah.
and you hit by an algorithm update, and this is gone?
Yeah.
The page is gone.
Yeah.
Okay, actually this is what we said before, a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
What you can do is create more content around the topic and try to recover this from blog posts or articles or content.
Affect the domain authority also then?
Do you change domain or?
No, domain will remain the same.
Domain authority is not going to affect it by a traffic loss, probably, unless you're about to lose a big amount of backlinks.
All right.
For
Okay, thank
any
you very
reason.
much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna. Awesome presentation.
Hi, thank you.
I would like to ask you, from your experience, how much time it takes to recover from a Google update, and what are the factors that influence this one?
Well, it's going to take a lot of time. Probably it's about to take more than 2 to 3 months, but it depends on how severe you will get hit on the algorithm update and what things you have to address, what was the actual problem. There were some slight cases that were never recovered from this, especially if you do nothing about it. Of course, you won't recover, but most of the times it's going to need 3, 4, maybe months, or maybe more, depending on the case.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, thank you for your
Hi, thank you.
presentation. So you were talking about the Google algorithm changes that were happening in the past, and it looks like that each of them had the specific intent or specific topic, how would
Yes.
you call it? So is Google like publishing or speaking about it, or at least giving us a hint or a clue what they are working next, so we can at least be a little bit prepared or know what is waiting us in the big unknown future?
Actually, they do give us some kind of hints. They never announce 100% what's going on, but thank God the SEO community is really strong, and they identify almost immediately what's going on. So that's the good news. I think after some months they are going to release more details after you found out, but the first months, most times they don't.
So what would
They're
be the
not very
best place
helpful.
to check to find out about this?
To find out what's going on with an algorithm update, well, to be honest, I never actually checked one by one to find what is causing the algorithm update. What I'm trying to do is to solve the traffic loss. So
Okay,
probably they study a variety of websites from different industries, and they try to find common things that's going on. That would be a good starting point, I think.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I have one as well. I just want to, no, I was just wondering if you could tell us about like the coolest or like the biggest traffic loss that you found and like how you fixed it afterwards.
It was a directory website. It was one of the biggest websites in Europe. It was talking about professionals and professional works. They lost almost all their traffic, more than 80% loss. And actually, we made up and create a different blog and some power pages to come up and rank the blog at least, and redirect the traffic to the main website, because things were a little bit bad at this point. Thank you.
Oh, there's another one. Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, Anna. Looking forward to the future, because we've seen the demo at Google I/O, which is currently live in the US, as in the Google Labs, that Google is showing more and more content on its own search result pages. I've heard numbers like 60% of all searches do not result in clicks anymore. What's your vision and strategy on this?
I think we are going to see a thing called on SERPs SEO, that at this point you will try to rank on the features of Google search results and get traffic from them. But we have a lot to see from the AI and all this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty then. Okay, so let's give one more round of applause for Anna. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thanks all of you.
The little
You make
gift
this
from
working.
WordCamp Europe.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
all right, so before you guys all race off to your next one, I'll just give you one more announcement and then you're free to go. Actually, you're free to go now, but bear with me. So there will be the first WP Connect session at 10, so you have about 20 minutes. It's the Developer Relations and Advocacy in Open Source, hosted by Michael. And it's on the same balcony, the Triani balcony, so the easiest way to get there is to take the lift from track 1 to track 2. So if you're interested in that, there will be, it'll be in about 20 minutes, and then there's more WP Connects afterwards. So if not, enjoy the rest of your day and eat a lot of food. Bye. 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Woo! I feel like, yeah, there we go. No? All right, that's okay. Okay, so I'm just going to do some general WordCamp announcements, and then I will hand over to Bud for all the good stuff. If you haven't already seen it, the center of the expo area, there is the information desk. You get your swag bag. There's also lost and found, so if you found anything or lost anything or anyone, head over there. They will help you find it. Also on the way there, there's the community booth. You can also get a lot of help there. You can also trade in your postcards if you've been collecting those. So you got 4 in your swag bag, and you can pick up more when you answer questions to them. You can also ask them what the questions were from the last couple of days, so you can get extra ones. There is also a wellness track. So at 3, sometime after lunch, we will be doing Tai Chi. And there's a hike after WordCamp, so around 6:20, if you guys want to do that before you go to the after party. And also lunch is served in the same places, level 0 and -1. That will be at 1 o'clock. And don't forget that we have the Matt's Q&A, so you can send questions online if the lines are super long at the mics. And then the after party. So for WordPress's 20th birthday, you'll get some drink coupons and some food. So hopefully we can see you guys all there. Okay, so I won't say too much of an introduction because he has some for himself. So I will just ask for a huge round of applause and welcome Bud to the stage. Yeah. All right.
Where do I go?
Yeah, just
stay right here. Huh? Ow. Kalimera. Do we know what that means? Good morning. Okay. So how is everybody? I guess too close? Okay. I'm just getting used to things. Wow. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do here. Okay, I guess you can tell my talk's going to be on low vision and really me and how I use it to help me teach people WordPress. So let's get started. I guess I can do that. Yeah. I'm going to stand back here. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best place for me to see all this stuff. And it's going to be right over here. So that's me. My name is Bud Kraus. I live in Nutley, New Jersey, United States. And as you can see, I do a few things with WordPress. These days, I do a lot of WordPress content creation for WordPress businesses. I'm also an instructor and a reluctant website developer. So only if I have to will I get involved in that. And let's get something out of the way real quick, and that is today's talk is not going to be about these things, okay? This is not like a technical talk on accessibility. It's not that I don't know about these things. I'm not an expert. I do know about these things. But let other people talk about those things. So if you're wondering how come I'm not talking about these things, now you know. All right, we're going to start off with doing an interactive. Can everybody hear me okay? Because I sound kind of strange up here. Anyway, we're going to do an interactive survey. I call it the IQ survey. And there are 4 questions, and you should have gotten, or you can get, access to the web page on your cell phone because I have a QR code that should be circulating, and I hope you'll take it. So it's only 4 questions. It's not difficult, or it's not very long anyway. And if you don't have the QR code, then you can just go to joyofwp.com/survey. Now, I'm going to take off my coat because it is hot up here. And we're good on my voice? We can hear? Okay, thank you. All right. So I'll give you a second or two to take the survey. And it's funny to do a talk without a podium. I'm not used to that. I'm looking around. Where's the podium? Okay, so I'm going to ask my wife. Where's my wife? There she is, Arlene. She's going to read the results of the survey. And because it's hard for me sometimes to read these things, being a person with low vision. And have people have they responded, Arlene? No. You want to refresh the browser, maybe? A few. Okay, we'll give you another minute or two. You know, they asked me to do something interactive. I'm thinking, like, what can you do that's interactive for my kind of talk? And I thought, well, let's just do a survey. So we have a survey, and we'll wait till we get some more results, and then. Okay, so question number 1. Now, by the way, this is my wife. This is her first WordCamp ever, okay? And you can only go downhill from here, right? I mean, when you're on Mount Olympus, the rest is, you know, it doesn't get any bigger than this. So, Arlene? I don't know. Somebody will help you turn it on, I guess. Yeah, here we go. And she's going to read the results, and I'll give you a little color commentary. Some of the questions were a little tricky, and I had a hard time figuring out exactly how to work this without making them like ridiculously tricky. Because
I'll talk loud. I got a big voice. Okay.
Good.
The first question. The only thing to do for a person with low vision is to make text larger. Now it's working.
Okay.
So the results, and this is, I will tell you, 26 of you responded. 4% said true and 96% said false.
Yeah, the answer is false. Now, the trick of the question was only, okay? So, of course, there are other things to do besides make text larger, but the really sort of nuanced approach to this is take my case, and I'll talk a little bit more about my situation in a minute, but making text larger does not necessarily make it easier for me to see. In fact, in some instances, it makes it harder for me to see. So it's counterintuitive. You know, you think, well, we'll make the text larger and Bud will be able to see it. Not necessarily. All right, number 2.
Which of the following present difficulties for people with low vision? Stairways, 67%. Recognizing faces, 90%. Bumping into objects, 80%. Bright sunlight, 63%.
And the answer is really all of these things can be. Now, when you talk about vision loss, it's very idiosyncratic. And even within specific types of conditions, glaucoma, macular degeneration, cataracts, it's all over the map. But those are some of the very big things that almost, you know, generally people like me are going to have difficulties with. Number 3.
Eyeglasses are used to correct vision to 20/20. 23% true, 77% false.
You guys that said true, you didn't get it right. So in my case, I'm wearing glasses, obviously, but they cannot correct my eyes to 20/20. So it's just not possible. It makes things easier for me to see long distance, but I'm legally blind with or without my glasses, so it's just not going to. It would be nice if all we had to do is prescribe glasses and we could correct everybody to 20/20, but that's just not the case. Number 4.
If you lose vision, does your sense of smell get better? 33% yes, 67% no.
Yeah, and I think this is another one of these, well, it depends who you talk to. In my case, smell, I don't think so. But what did get better over time was my sense of touch. Touch got exquisitely better, so that what I started noticing when I wanted to see something, what I really wanted is you to put something in my hand so I could feel it. And with tactile ability, I could sort of get the sense of what it looked like. So thank you, Arlene. Let's have a round of applause for the great Arlene. And good luck at your next WordCamp, my dear. So, all right, so let's go on. And let me go back here so I can see this a little better. All right, so I have age-related macular degeneration. And I'm going to give you a little warning before you see this, because this is not pretty. How come this isn't, here we go. So here's what I, or people generally speaking, how they see with macular degeneration. And it's a loss of central vision. As you can see, the center of the face or the head is gone. Now, it's not necessarily exactly like this for me and others, but it's going to give you a little bit of an idea of how we see. And this blind spot in the middle is called a scotoma. So it is in the center. You can see the peripheral area is pretty big. It's not necessarily that well defined as you see it. It can be little, not as sharply defined. And maybe not as dark either as what you just saw. It can be, though. All right, how is age-related macular degeneration detected or diagnosed? So they use something called the Amsler grid. This has been around forever. And if you don't have the problem, you'll see a perfectly, perfect lines, no waviness, everything in nice square boxes. You're doing good. And especially that center point, if you don't see that center point, you really have some problems. And if you do have macular degeneration, the first look will be something like that. So you'll see that one of the quadrants in one eye is, well, the lines are really wavy. That's not a good sign. And it's not necessarily that pronounced. It can be just maybe a couple of those boxes instead of how big you see it there. And then as things get a little worse, maybe it might look like something like this. Now, a few factoids about AMD, age-related macular degeneration, and you can tell it's a little hard for me to see some of this stuff, so I have to do a little memory here. But anyway, there are two types. There's the wet type and the dry type. The dry type is more common. About 90% of all people who have this have the dry, and it's slower progressing. There's no internal bleeding inside of the macula in the back of your eye where your retina is. 10% have the really dreaded wet type, which is, of course, my type. I have to have the wet type. And what happens is that blood vessels grow and leak into the macula, which is really part of the retina or back of the retina. And then what happens is you lose vision very rapidly. So, again, the dry is slower. The wet is a little more dangerous and more difficult, and you get wavy lines. And it really, the hallmark really is rapid loss of vision. Some people who have dry don't even know that they have it. If you have the wet form, you're going to know real quick. In any event, it's irreversible. It's not curable. It's irreversible. There's been a lot of advancement over my lifetime that there are now treatments for it that didn't exist years ago that either slow down the progression of the disease or but they don't, cure the problem, make me manage the condition a lot better. And the prevalence, 20 million in the United States have the condition, 200 million around the world, and by 2040, 288 million. It is the leading cause of blindness. I know it said worldwide, but I don't know if that's true, but in the United States, for sure, it's the leading cause of legal blindness in the United States. And as you might probably know somebody who has the condition. You really don't know that they even have this until you realize they can't see me, they can't read, they can't drive. But other than that, they look like a normal person. And the other thing here, risk factors, age obviously is one in age-related macular degeneration. It tends to happen more often in women, Caucasian, and obesity and smoking, and then genetics. Thanks, Mom. I inherited it from her, and she had it from her father too, but that was 60, 70 years ago now, and they didn't even know really what the name was of this. Okay, let me go back over here, sorry. So I do see things in a different way, literally and figuratively. And here are some of the big issues that I face, and I'll just go over some of this real quickly. I do have a real problem with depth of field, and if you see me, you'll notice when I walk downstairs, I'm holding onto a railing because I can't tell where the step ends, and I just might just totally fall off. So I have to be really careful with that. So everything's sort of flat to me. And color blindness, definitely an issue. I don't drive anymore, but when I used to drive, I couldn't tell red and green lights. I could only tell the positions of red and green where they were. Contrast is a very, very important matter to me. I'll get into this in a second when I do a little demo. And what I call the prism effect. So I have two eyes that don't function together. And what that results in is sort of a split of my vision. Instead of normal vision, the two eyes function as if you just have one eye. If you have a condition like I do, you have two separate visions going on. Now, also, well, how do I do all this? How do I do what I do? And there are really three different things that I do. I use Zoom, I use audio, and then touch. These are all three very important factors in my life. And touch, I also mean, well, what do you mean when you use a screen? How do you use touch? It's really more like when I use a mouse, I notice how far I can move something. It's distance, and so I call that touch. And that's an important, so when somebody changes the UI of a system that I've been using for years, I say, oh, I have to now rearrange how everything works in my head. Now, I do have this little demonstration, so let me see if this will work. I don't know how this will work. Help! That is, I have a movie here, a video presentation, and I don't know what button to press. I should have asked that. So, can anybody help me from WordCamp? Or is it starting? Yeah. Oh, you have audio here. Hello? And I'm going to take you through some of the highlights and the key settings that I use for my computer. Now, keep in mind, everybody with some kind of impairment or disability will be using different settings. This is very idiosyncratic just for me. And that's the key, is that there are plenty of choices that are built into the operating system for a user to have at their disposal, and here are mine. Welcome to my world of settings and preference changes. Now, I use Ventura on a Mac OS. It's the most recent version of Mac. And I'm going to take you through some of the highlights and the key settings that I use for my computer. Now, keep in mind, everybody with some kind of impairment or disability will be using different settings. This is very idiosyncratic just for me. And that's the key, is that there are plenty of choices that are built into the operating system for a user to have at their disposal, and here are mine. So the first thing I'm going to show you is display right over here. And this is the display driver. I use a pretty low resolution, 1280 pixels by 720 pixels. And if I wanted to change the display, I would just click on that. You can see the Mac OS has quite a few different display drivers, which is good. Now, bad thing is, I believe it's with this operating system, they no longer make it easy for you to change the brightness of your screen. If I go over here, you'll see the display brightness. You can't do it through the operating system anymore. You have to do it through the monitor itself. I don't like it. Now, if I was using a Mac monitor, no problem. But what Apple is saying is we no longer give you the ability to change the brightness because there's so many different monitors out there. Do it through your monitor settings, which I'm not going to show you, but that's exactly what I did. Now, also we have accessibility settings. I think some of these settings are so important, they shouldn't even put it into accessibility. They just put it into all these other options over here. That's just my editorial comment. And I don't use everything. So, for example, I don't use VoiceOver, a way of listening to actions and functions taking place on the computer. No, I don't use that. I certainly use Zoom. And so the way I have this set is when I press the Command key and I scroll like this with my mouse, I can see this much better. I can really zoom in, and sometimes I go crazy and zoom all the way in, and you get this effect of going back and forth a lot, but at least I get the job done. Also, there is a display area in accessibility, and this is different than the display driver for the monitor. And let's just take a look over here. I'm going to actually zoom in and show you how I do this. If I wanted to invert the colors, now a lot of people like this. It's what I call the ultimate and dark mode, but I don't. But many people, as I've said, who have vision impairments will definitely use this reverse mode. Let's skip down a little bit over here and look at increased contrast. Well, I definitely want high contrast because it just makes things easier. If I were to turn this off, yeah, you can see. It makes it hard for me to see. So I'm going with that. Reduce transparency. Let's go down to over here, and I have display contrast. Well, very important. Again, contrast is a big deal. You can see it gets really washed out, at least for me. I pushed it way up over here. Now, it's funny they call this normal, huh? So if I went all the way out to here, let's see what we have. Well, that's a little bit too hard for me to see. So it's just easier if I move it back to right about where it was like this. That's fine. If I scroll down a little bit more, the pointer, that is this over here, I can adjust that too. And you can see I've pushed it all the way up to the largest possible size. Now I could change that, of course, to make it smaller. It really makes it hard for me to find where the pointer is. And I just found out a little bit ago that you can change the color of the pointer. That's interesting. Now I don't use this color filters option over here, so I'm going to bypass that. Let's go over here and look at spoken content. Click on that over here. Now this one I use all the time. So in addition to zooming, the other way that I understand content is to use this control right over here. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to move this out over here, and I've got this text document over here that I am writing for a post on my website about being chosen to speak at WordCamp Europe. Now, let me just show you this right over here, or you can listen to this. And I'm going to select these 3 paragraphs. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, the font's much bigger than it would normally be. And it makes it easier for me to see. And what I'll do is just press Command and B.
A couple of years ago, I was watching a live stream from Paris. It was WordCamp Europe 2017. Or maybe it was WordCamp 2018 from Belgrade. Or maybe WCEU coming from Berlin. Looking back, it doesn't really matter. All I thought was, wouldn't it be cool to go to WordCamp Europe one day?
Now, when I do that, you can see the visual control goes away, so I can't pause it anymore, and it just stops, which is a little bit inconvenient. Sometimes I wish there were a pause operation available. It's either just start or stop. Now you might be wondering, how do I even understand what I just heard? And yes, over time I've gotten adjusted and used to hearing speech at a much faster rate than most people can understand. This also has the interesting ability to do the following. Let's just zoom in over here. I sort of use a combination of zooming and text-to-speech. So we've got this option over here. Oh yes, I can change the person that's speaking. But I've been with Samantha so long, I just stay with her. And for the speech rate, you can see I can change it to tortoise or hare, which is what these little symbols are, I guess. Now down over here, let me scroll. Let me push this out a little bit, because even my wife always says it's too close, too big, which makes it hard for her to see. Anyway, I'm going to go over here. Let's see. Speaking announcements, fine. This is the one I want to show you. I put this on over here. So this is very interesting. So I don't use this, as you can tell. But
Speak announcements.
So wherever. So that's very good. Now you might be wondering, well, what about like third-party applications? Will it work? I can't tell you that. It probably does, but it's certainly going to work for all Apple-based products. Now I'm going to turn this off. Okay, I'll show you one other option here too. Again, this is not what I use, but just to give you a little touch of something that you probably don't know much about is
capital H E O E here is W-A-X-Y.
Okay, now what about if I wanted to hear the whole thing? I'm just going to highlight it like so.
Here is what I have to say.
All right, not bad. And that's a pretty good overview of the things that I use. Now, you notice I don't use dictation, and there's a whole lot of other things that I could use, but as I'm a very big proponent of only using the technology that you really need. And what do these technologies do? They provide alternatives for a person like me so that I can access and understand information in a way that I would not otherwise have been able to. And, okay, and just a couple of little notes from the presentation that I've just noticed while I was doing this. One is you didn't see there was a demo of changing it to a inverse or reverse black and white, and it didn't work because of the way the software works. Another thing too is that you can pause. There's a little visual bar that you can click pause while the voiceover is working. But I think you get an idea, you should anyway. The takeaway is that I use technology specifically for my own needs, and everybody will do this a little bit differently. And one of the really great things too is a lot of things that are built in that we call accessible, they're good for everybody. Like if I wasn't visually impaired, I would like to know that I would be able to hear the computer talk to me so that while it's talking to me, I could do other things, which I do all the time. Okay, and let's go on. So one of the ways, whoops, I don't want to go, yeah. So how do I do the things that I do and what have I learned? Well, patterns is really important to me. So I don't necessarily see things the way you do, but if I recognize and see shapes and patterns, that will make it easier for me to understand content and to learn and to teach. And for example, these are easy patterns, right? This is code, obviously. This is HTML, and it's just a recognizable pattern. So it was easy for me to learn. Here's CSS. Again, a specific type of pattern that was reliable. It was always in a certain format, sort of easy to follow. Then we get to JavaScript, and not so easy. More free form, more unpredictable, more varied than CSS and HTML. Harder for me to learn because the pattern isn't there. At least the way I think of it, patterns. Okay, and what about, I can't remember. Sorry, what about teaching WordPress? Yes, that's an important thing here. So I do teach WordPress. I've been teaching for years in New York City and online, mostly online these days. So the first thing is I can't wing it. So even though you think maybe I'm winging it today, I'm not winging this. I have to prepare for everything that I do. I can't go into a classroom and not know exactly what I'm going to teach, where I'm going to go with this, what I'm going to show people, the order I'm going to do it, which is good because I'm prepared. I don't go in there saying, gee, I'll just make it up as I go along. It's not, I can't do it that way. So preparation is like number one, not just in teaching, but just like everything I do, I need to know in advance where I'm going. And sometimes that requires practice. When I do videos, I need to know everything before I do it because I can't read a script. Anyway, the next thing is I define everything. This is like one of the principles of accessibility really is define or describe everything so that people will understand what you're doing. And when I teach, I describe and define what are themes, what are plugins, what's WordPress core, what's everything about the WordPress world and ecosystem. I like to define and describe things in detail so that people will understand. And I think that makes it for a better learning experience. And then grouping content is also a standard or a practice of accessibility, like navigation, is grouping, and content can be grouping. Grouping is a very important aspect of accessibility, and I've learned that through my own experience of being visually impaired about grouping things and making that easy, helping me be better at teaching. And then one of the last things is you have to have patience, not just with in teaching, but with yourself. And I've learned, that it takes me a little bit longer to learn or to do something, and try not to get frustrated because you do get frustrated, but try just to have some patience with yourself as you try to get over the hurdle of learning something. And with students, I've always been really patient. I'm not always patient with everybody, but with students, they're like special to me. So, and clients, try to be patient. I think it's one of the things I do. And finally, I do get by with a little help from my friends. These are students, clients, that, if I'm in class and I'll say like, hey, I can't see something, can you help me read this or whatever? Or like my wife did something, reading the survey. I'm not afraid to ask anymore. When I first was diagnosed, I would never ask for any help. It would be like, forget it. And today, why not? So I look at low vision sort of as my special filter, my own app on how I look at the world literally and figuratively. And in some ways, it gives me, I know this kind of sounds strange, but it's sort of a blessing in a way, because it's taken me to places and doing things that I probably wouldn't have had an opportunity to do. Oh yes, I don't just teach WordPress, I also teach my little grandboy. I will eventually, when he gets older, I think how to play guitar. And with that, let me say thank you, and that's it. So, yeah, but wait, there's more. There's always more. So 3 reasons why being visually impaired really is not as bad as you think. First, you get to speak at WordCamp Europe, which I think is pretty good. So I like that one. Number 2, you don't see junk food in the grocery store. So if you don't see it, you're not as apt to buy junk food in the grocery store. And one of my favorites, you don't see people getting old, and especially yourself. So that's really good. Oh, I should say there's a 4th that I didn't put up there, which is you can drink as much alcohol at a party as you want. You don't have to worry because you're not going to be driving. All right, so thank you. So please ask some questions because we have some time, so go ahead. You can ask me like whatever you want about WordPress, teaching, vision impairment. Tell me about your mother who has macular degeneration. When did you first get macular degeneration? Why is it such a hard word to say? Anything you want. Do we have any questions?
Yes.
Go.
Yes, hello.
Hello, hello. Where are you?
I'm on your right side.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I would like to ask you,
Sure.
What would we do as WordPress developers to make websites better for you to see and understand?
Okay, great question, and I have an answer for you. Okay, the key in this, okay, not just for web development and operating system, is flexibility, is alternatives, okay, and not to lock people into no choices, okay? Case in point, you go to a website, it's playing a video. There's no way to stop it, there's no way to rewind it, there's no way to, no, give people alternatives, give them flexibility, because everybody has different needs, different ways of consuming information. So, that is such an important thing. Now, one other thing I have to say, in general, the web has become, I think, a more accessible world. And not just because of the web, it's operating systems and technology and a whole series of factors that, I'm talking about. But if you're asking me, if I'm a developer, what's the first thing that I really give choices? Don't hard code us into a few things and we can't make any changes, okay? And the other thing is, and it's not really developer, but it's, the browser lets use, the web and browsers are a user-centric world. But a lot of people don't know that, that I can change the font, I can change this. In other words, it's not really, it's an education process for the public to understand that they can change their environment of how they consume content. But people just don't know that because they don't know that they can do that with their browsers. So really good question. I hope that helped.
Thank you.
Answer, sure. Anybody else? Oh, come on. Going once, going twice. Oh, hello, hello.
Yes?
I should
Hello.
say, yeah, hi. Whoa. That woke me up. Woohoo.
I guess you know that I am on your right side because of I'm a big.
By the way, even if I didn't have a vision and problem, these lights make it really hard to see. Yeah.
I have one question regarding website design. What is the most frustrating thing regarding the design across the web?
I'm going to change your question just a little bit. What's the most frustrating thing I have getting access to information using a mobile phone?
Okay,
Because
thanks.
so much of our information is consumed. Like I'm one of them. I need to use a mobile phone too. And I find that I use an iPhone, and the way the content is created, a lot of times I use a voiceover, and I can't, once I have that voiceover turned on, I can't use my fingers to scroll down the page. It's just stuck, and I have to turn the voiceover off, scroll, turn the voiceover on, listen to it, and then turn it off and scroll. So it's a real laborious and frustrating problem. And this is a matter of like, well, what websites, it depends. What applications, it depends. But it is not as smooth as consuming information on the web and using a desktop. So, but just I think the web itself, desktop web, has become much more accessible, at least to my way of thinking.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sure. And another one. I should say, you got to come up here and say, you got to say your name, where you're from. So what's your name and where you're from?
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm from Germany. And my question is,
Sure.
when you're looking at content in a way that you're trying to get an information out of it, do you care about the layout and looks at all, or would you prefer having just a plain text document?
Great question. And I was having a little chat with someone before the talk, and web accessible design, there shouldn't be, I don't even like these terms accessible and not, it's sort of so artificial, sort of the way I think, but there is no reason why accessible sites should not be visually appealing sites. I want visually appealing sites. Maybe 20 years ago, if you go really back in time, like 25 years ago, we talked about making a separate site just for the blind and visually impaired. Of course, we don't have to do that anymore for lots of reasons, and but there's no reason why they should not be visually appealing. So now, if a user knows how to use their browser, they can turn off images, they can do all kinds of things. I can make websites look very different than what the designer intended them to look like, because remember, it's a user-centric medium. It's not a designer-centric medium. And if designers understand that, then I think they're going to be way ahead of others. So I hope that helped.
Thank you.
Yeah. And come on, somebody. We have anybody? Anybody on the left? There's nobody on the left. Anybody on the right? Well, with that, I'm probably out of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you all. And I want to say one other thing too, just in closing. The fact that I am here is, well, I'll just tell you real quick. I never expected in a million years to be speaking at WordCamp Europe. It was always my dream just to come here. And really, I wanted, I would be home in the United States, streaming WordCamp Europe and thinking like, God, wouldn't that be cool to come to WordCamp Europe? The fact that I'm talking, come on now, that's like, I still can't believe this happened. So I want to thank the organizers, the sponsors, and all you wonderful people for coming, because it really means it's something I will remember forever, or at least for the rest of my life. So thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay?
Yeah, I'll help you off. And
All
then
right.
yeah.
Now, is my jacket here somewhere?
Yeah, back here.
Okay.
I'm coming back. Okay, so yep, that's it for the presentation today. I do have one quick announcement for the next WP Connect. So that will be at 11, so in about 20 minutes. It's about Demo WordPress Playground presented by Adam. So it's in the same place if you're interested in collaborating and talking about the WordPress Playground. It's pretty cool if you haven't tried it out yet. It's on the Trianti balcony, so you just take the lift from track 1 to track 2, and it's from 11 till 12. And other than that, lunch will be soon, and I hope to see you guys all back. Bye. No, thanks. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hey, okay. I was just going to start yelling at one point. So how is everybody doing now? Oh, thank you. Yeah, somebody's had some coffee, all right. What about this side of the room? Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, so now everyone's starting to wake up a little bit, hopefully had some coffee and snacks. Okay, so I will, actually I've just realized I haven't introduced myself at all in all of the other tracks. So I am Emma, I'll be the MC for this track. So I'll just do some WordCamp general announcements, and then I will leave and get to the good stuff. So I'm sure you guys all know now that the center of the expo has the information center, swag area, and lost and found. So if you lost anything or found anything or anyone, go there and they will help you out. If not, just ask somebody in a blue shirt. There's also the community booth on the way to the middle of the expo, so you can ask questions there and also trade your WordPress postcards if you are doing that. You will have to answer a question, but I will give you the question at the end of this session. So other things, there is Tai Chi today at 3 o'clock in the wellness track and a hike afterwards, after WordCamp's over. So the hike will leave around 6:20. Everyone had a lot of fun yesterday. I had no energy for a hike, but I think it'll be really good if you guys are looking for some wellness. And then the Q&A, it will be on track 1 at 4. So if you're interested in seeing that, just head over there. You can send questions online. I'm sure the microphones will be super long lines, so maybe if you have a question you're dying to ask, maybe send it on social media. And then the after party today at the Lohan nightclub. So you'll get some drink coupons, some food, and it'll just be a good time. So hopefully we'll see you all there. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce Toby to the stage. So can we get a huge round of applause for him? But
thank you.
I will just quickly ask, it's not really Toby, is it?
Well, my name is Torbjörn Fjellner, but too many strange sounds in that you are hard to pronounce for non-Swedish people. So ever since I left Sweden some 22 years ago, everyone calls me Toby, and I'm fine with that. Even in Sweden, the nickname would usually be Tobbe with 2 B's, but there is another reason for that. I picked up this notebook here the other day. It has the Morse code on the cover, and here you can see that B is a quite long character. So if I say Toby with only 1 B, then it is shorter, and of course Toby with I instead of Y, because Y is a long one. I is did, and Y is do.
Okay. Well, either way, thank you. Toby, everybody.
Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, we have a problem. Or we had a problem, and we will walk through it together. So WordPress celebrates 20 years. We made a special nice site. We translated this site, WP20, to 29.5 languages. The half language is Arabic, but I mean, they probably didn't have time to do all of it. And then it suddenly occurred in the Meta channel that the Japanese site is down, but only the Japanese site. To me, that is a clear sign that this is probably something about internationalization or localization, because otherwise not only one single language would be hit. So I will call this the Japanese enigma. This problem will follow us today. We will think a little bit about it, but in the meantime, I will give you some good hints about the biggest problems you can try to avoid as a developer when you're writing code for plugins and themes, to make sure that it will be possible to translate these to all these 70 different languages that we maintain. I mean, I think this is great. As a developer, you can write code. You do it all in English. Perhaps you know Dutch or Finnish, and you make your own translation. That's fine. But then you have all these volunteers, people who use your code and think that's... I really think that this plugin should be available in Greek, so they can do it for you. That's great, right? So, yeah, this is how you write my strange name, Torbjörn Fjellner. I'm Swedish. I live in Barcelona since 11 years, but I left Sweden before that. I have worked in various countries in the Middle East, in Russia. I'm fluent in Russian as well. And yeah, I have a question. Who in this room don't speak English as your native language? Okay. And who here has English as their native language? Oh, okay. So this pretty much matches what we have in the world, right? 5% of the world's population speak English as their native language. Then there is another 10, give or take, % who know English, but it's not their native language. And the question for you as a developer or plugin owner is, are you developing for the whole world or only for the blue areas? Right? And the situation with WordPress itself echoes this somewhat. We had a cut-over point in 2017, 6 years ago, where at one day we suddenly noticed that, hey, more than half of all WordPress sites that we know of, all the WordPress sites that are constantly pinging us and asking if there are any updates to go. And the last part is clickable. You've got this some nice HTML. This screenshot I took from another language, Persian for Afghanistan, and it hasn't been translated yet, but you can still see the funny thing that it is a right-to-left language, so of course the cursor is blinking to the right. But this is PowerPoint. PowerPoint doesn't blink, so... but you can still get the idea. And now let's talk at the top 5 things. Also, here, if you already know what the problem is, please, I think it's best if you keep quiet for 2 reasons. First of all, let your neighbors also try to figure, because this is like a little thing to... It's nice if you manage to figure it out before everyone spells it out in real time. And also, if you right now already shout out what the problem is, then I will nominate you to be the next global mentor for polyglots. So, number 5, too long strings. As in, if you put in the string the whole body of an email that explains the full process, and it is like 1.5 pages, or if you have, several paragraphs, this will, it is possible to do, and we do it, of course, but it's hard to translate in our user interface, because the translator, or if I'm the translation reviewer, I need to see the source segment, I need to see the translation segment, and I need to see some references and some comments. And even with my 17-inch screen, that gets tricky, right? So it's hard to translate, it's hard to review, and it gets really hard to fix so-called fuzzy matches. A fuzzy match is when the translation memory has a translation since before of a string that is very close to what we have now. Perhaps just one letter is capitalized, or there is a dot at the end. Your left to right, that will be here, a dot at the end that has been added or removed, and that is technically speaking, a different string, and it needs to be checked. And if you need to compare a long source string that is like half a page long and figure out what has changed, can I still use this translation or do I need to change anything? It's not easy. And also, of course, the sad thing about if I have spent 15 minutes on translating this huge email and I get credited for only one string. That's not nice, right? So that was 2 long strings. Now number 4, 2 short strings. So if here I'm thinking about like just 1 or 2 words. A good word that we could see here could be like
Clear cache.
Clear cache, yeah. That's quite, I mean, it's an action and it's something that you're, so it's good, but still, so? Post, yeah, post is my favorite, but it comes, I have on the next slide I have something about that, so I was trying to figure out something else. Oh, in the talk we had yesterday, the workshop, they said lead. Is that such a dangerous word because you don't know it is you can have a lead that you connect your dog to and then you go for a walk, or you can have a lead for your hand when you're walking down a staircase, or you can have leads when you're trying to sell something that is a possible future customer. In these cases, or also another thing, let's say the string is just a capital letter T. Then you start looking into the code and you see that, oh yes, that could be Tuesday or it could be Thursday, right? Or something else, I don't know. So if in this case with post, or where it's just a letter T or a letter S, which could be Saturday or Sunday, you really should use _x. In getText, we use the source string itself as the database key to find the right translation. But if you use the _x, then you add a couple of more words. Well, 1 word may be enough, just to clarify the context. And then it is a part of the translation key, so still don't put a lot of explanations there. Those you should put in a translator's comment before, and then you have this thing that will just indicate where this should go. And the number 3, 2 short strings. Well, we had that, didn't we, right? So this is a different case, 2 short strings, in the meaning that you should not use short strings that you try to build together programmatically. You know, they say, they have a string new, and then very often it's new and the space. And then there is another string somewhere else that says post. And then suddenly you realize that, oh, there was a space before that word, post or page or something. And then programmatically they are combining this into these wonderful phrases that work perfectly fine in English. But in Swedish, the word new needs to be translated in different ways depending on whether it's a new page or a new post, or if it is plural, I mean, new pages, that's a different word for new, right? And it's the same in many languages. And you are European, you know this. I mean, if you speak Spanish or French or something else, then this comes quite naturally. But for those of you who watch this live streamed in the US, there are languages out there that don't combine in exactly the same way and in exactly the same order that you do in English. And this is important to keep in mind. So you need to build complete, decent sentences, And if you need to put some variable inside this, yeah, you need to use printf or something like that. And don't be afraid of including an HTML tag. I mean, the polyglots team has seen those before, and we don't get too scared of them. And yeah, grammatical congruence, word order, all these things are things that can mess things up if you don't think carefully. And also, include punctuation marks in your strings. Don't add them separately. In just the same reason that you shouldn't use CSS code that enforce capitalization, because capitalization differs between languages. Or, well, if you have a question mark at the end, nice, but in Spanish we need to put an inverted question mark before the question. Or in French, you need to put a space before some punctuation marks, right? I mean, a colon cannot just be a colon. Of course, you need to have a non-breaking space before. I mean, you know that, right? So, next thing is not really an error, but something that can be made much better. Being reachable. So, you have made a wonderful plugin, and then there are some internationalization hiccups that the translators find, and they would love to help you, because when we help you, you help us, right? I mean, if you make it string translatable, then I can translate it better. And you can do this in various ways. The easiest way that is already there is, of course, that if you have a plugin or theme in the repository, then you can receive input that way. So I have written several posts in specific plugin and theme forums where I say, dear developer, here is a thing that really would be good if you could fix. And that means that keep an eye on your forum, because there may be useful stuff there now and then. If you outsource your support handling, yeah, remind them that if they see this kind of bug reports, that they really should not be afraid of forwarding it to you. But there are more ways you can do. I guess most of the people here are already on Slack, but if you're not, bring up your phone, activate your QR scanner, and go and register in Slack. And then in your README, add a comment that bug reports are welcome via Slack. That's great. I mean, you can get very quick connections there. So while you scan that, I will have a sip of water. Okay, done. If you're using GitHub for your, development, then by all means, link to your GitHub project in your README, because then we will happily, some of us at least, go and open an issue for you. And some more brave polyglots would even drop a pull request. That means that you can get some of your internationalization errors fixed just by accepting them. Nice, right? And then there is one more thing. We are experimenting with feedback directly inside the translation platform. Still a little bit unstable in terms that, yeah, the platform itself works, but I have a feeling that now and then messages don't get through all the way. If you would like to dive into this a little bit, then grab your phone again and take this, or the smart thing you can do is I will give you a link later on so you can download the whole presentation. And I will not redact these QR codes. They will be there. Yeah, and this bigger QR code is for this longer URL. Okay, if I go, any problems if I go to the next slide? Okay, so it's time for the next clue in our Japanese enigma. So this is how this source string was translated into Japanese. I'm not going to pronounce this, I don't speak Japanese. But one funny thing we can see here is, of course, that I talked about punctuation marks, and you see that Japanese doesn't use normal dots, they have small circles instead. I think it's really nice and beautiful, but it's also a clear sign that things happen in a different way. So, yeah. Any problem if we go further and we go to number 1 in our list of things that bothers me as a translator? I take that as a, okay, go ahead. Or if you're asleep, then that's fine too, but I think we should be fine. So, the big problem that we see all the time. Not every, but a lot of young, smart developers are, just like me, lazy people. They like wonderful, efficient shortcuts. And then at some point, when they program and they write code and they feel the poetry of this code, and then they realize that, oh, I have this case here where I need to write something if it is singular, that is mean one piece, and something else if it is more than one. I saw a case a few months ago where they had something for WooCommerce where if there was more than one article, then they should indicate how many articles and how much was each article in price, and then the row would give the total to the right or to the left if you were left to right, right to left, of course. But there is a problem with that. This command, _n, is a great tool when used correctly and for the right thing. So the purpose of _n is to make it possible to linguistically correctly translate strings that include a number. So the value n that you use to steer whether it should be singular or plural must be a part of that string. You can see an example here, how it would work nicely. So this is a correctly written thing. Of course, you would need to escape it somewhere later on, but I'm skipping that part right now because you know that better than I do. And since n must be a part of this string, this means that you have to use printf statement or something similar. It also means that you have to include this variable n twice. First, as a parameter to _n, to select which form we should use, whether it should be singular and plural. Actually, that's where I'm coming to now. It's not about singular and plural. This is about getting the right form. And in many languages, we have 3 different forms, or less or more. And then, of course, you need to have n also as a value for insertion via the printf statement. So here is where it looks right nice. I mean, Swedish, just like English, we have singular for one, and we have plural for everything else, be it 0, or be it 25, or something else. Those of you who know French know that there is already a small difference between French and English, and that is for 0. In English, you would say 0 umbrellas. In French, they use the singular form for 0. So it's slightly different, but still very much the same, and it would work nicely in most of these cases. But when we come to Japanese, for instance, if the number is a part of the string, then nothing in other places of this string will change depending on which number we had, which means that you don't have any singular or plural, it's just one string. So this pair of strings in the source string will get only one single translation for Japanese. Although, of course, in Japanese you can give a generic plural, it's possible. It's just that if you have a number, then you wouldn't do it. And therefore, those strings would need to be two separate strings, and you would need to use your own program to specify which of these cases you have, if it is a table heading or something. And here is this is the evidence, right? In Arabic, every occurrence of _n needs to be translated 6 times. 0 is one case, 1 another, 2 a third case, 3, 4, 5 next one, and then if it's 11, and 12, and 13 and something, then you have a next to last, and then the last case is if it's 100 or more, then it's the 6th. So they have 6. Even the fingers on one hand doesn't fit for this, right? So again, remember and tell your co-developers that if you're using _n, then n must be a part of the string, which means you need to use printf, and you need to insert this variable twice in your code. And it's time for our enigma. So we will have some tense waiting time where you try to figure this out, and I will now give you the last clue on this again, once more. So this is how it was translated, and we will count downwards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Here we go. So the problem here is, and how many people guessed this before I showed this? Yeah, that's great. It took me some time also. Somebody else found this out before I did, because in all this Japanese I just got stuck, but it's good. We have some people here. So this % sign here, of course, since it will be put inside the printf statement, it needs to be escaped. So how could we fix this? Various ways. Any suggestions? Yeah, so one way would have been, of course, on the translation level, you can fix this by just setting a double % sign, or you could change it to just write % as a word, like we had in the source string. Or actually, the funny and very strange way they actually solved it in this case, they changed it to a different % sign. Well, it looks exactly the same, but a double byte character, right? Now, so the developer here, they could, of course, have been smart. They could have written something that didn't use the %, but just say fully translated, and this would never have happened. Or they could have written % with the double % sign in the source. Then no translators would have missed this, or if they would have missed it, they would quickly have realized what the problem was. So that was the enigma, and we are about to finalize here, so we should summarize. And I've got 2 minutes left, so I will try to speak. No, it's okay. We will manage. So the internationalization details to remember. Avoid too long strings. Avoid too short strings. Don't try to combine or build sentences or words out of short strings. And be reachable for feedback, and make sure that you include the value of n in your string if you're using the _n statement. That was just the tip of the iceberg. There is more. I have a quite long explanation, and I would be happy for feedback on how I can make it better, how I can cover things that I have not mentioned there yet. If you go to my site, there you will also be able to find the download. Yeah, it should be published 12 minutes ago, but the first guy who gets there will just trigger the cron, so the second guy will get the download. And yeah, so that's what I mean when if you do internationalization right, then you can double the reach of your code because you make it available for all the world. And most of all, I would say that this is also has a deeper meaning when it comes to the mission of WordPress. We say democratize publishing. And one very important aspect of democratizing publishing is, of course, to enable it to all those 85% of the world who don't know English. Thank you.
Oh, no, there we go. Okay, sweet. So now we have some time for Q&A. We have 2 microphones set up, one on either side in both aisles. So come on down, throw some elbows if someone's in your way, and ask away. Oh, I got a shy crowd.
You need to walk down there and ask a question, I guess.
Yep, anybody, I think we've got a taker. If
okay,
not,
we've got
yeah,
one.
I've got some.
Hello, my name is Luigi, I'm from Italy.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you something about, I don't know if this is the right context, but recently we are using more and more the internationalization module in our scripts. And everything is fine as long as we use the set script translations new function, which loads the JSON translation rather than the traditional POMO translation files. What we are finding a little difficult is when we need to use dynamically loaded scripts, like lazy loading scripts from, for example, React. So we don't want to load our components, all our components, because that will impact the performance of the website. So we are forced to lazy loading some components. And even though we are trying to follow the instruction from, for example, automatic Jetpack is doing that and is giving some sort of instruction, we believe that we follow what they are doing, but still when some components are lazy loaded rather than loaded from the page load, the translation file doesn't get picked up.
Yeah.
And we find it very difficult for us because our customers always complain, oh, these strings cannot be translated. We are trying to translate it, but we don't manage to translate it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I have a very easy answer to this. I'm not the right person. You could try to reach out to SwissBD, because he was one of the key developers of this functionality. I don't know exactly which part of the Slack would be the right place to ask about this, but probably core internationalization would be a suitable channel where you can find the right people to ask this. Of course, I mean, if you have internationalization questions, anything except this, then by all means feel welcome to come to our Slack channel, Polyglots, and ask there. I mean, since we are a truly global team, there are almost always some experienced people around, and they will be able to give you much better answers than your traditional rubber duck, who is otherwise helping you with your troubleshooting. And for these props, I need to give props to Yeath because it's theirs. I will need to give it back to their fishing pod afterwards.
Thank you. I hope I won something with my question then.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. I have a question, I guess, while people are getting that courage to go up to the microphone. I was just kind of wondering what you thought about Google Translate. Like, are you able to use it right, or any other tool like DeepL or SmartCat?
Oh, yes. It's exploding right now with a lot of different machine translation solutions. And it's a great tool. It speeds up the translation process. And the AI things give us every week slightly better quality. But I would say that as a developer or plugin owner or something, never don't try to publish translations that were just machine translated but not checked by a human, because you will get incorrect terminology, you will get awkward things that just don't fit right. It always needs this last human touch. So the translation can go quicker. We will be able to reuse previous translations from the translation memory more and more. But that is one of our biggest rules, that don't just blindly approve unchecked machine translation. So very good question, thank you.
Thank you for a really nice presentation, and I would just like to commend this live translation feature that is introduced for the plugins. Because as you mentioned, especially for instance for Slavic languages, the order of the words in the sentence is different. So now when you load the plugin and works on the plugin live, you can see, how often the word is in the wrong place, and this thing with like 1 has one form, and then 2 to 4 has another form, and then 5 on has third form is very often case with Slavic languages. Since you know Russian, you probably know how that goes. That was more of the commendation for this live feature, but I have a question. Are you a ham radio operator?
You may have me in your logs if you were active in the second half of the 80s. Sierra Mike Zero Romeo Yankee Bravo. But I haven't been on air for ages. Yeah. For me, amateur radio was very much about the combination of technology and communication. And guess what? The internet came around, right?
Hi, hello.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, thank you for your talk. More than a question, I have another pitfall that I would like to tell some plugin developers to be aware of, is that do not assume the length of a string. So do not make like...
Oh yes, that is a very good thing. In your layout,
buttons.
First of all, have someone you always can go and ask about, did we do it right when it comes to right to left languages? Because we mess it up all the time. And the other thing is, yes, leave at least 50% extra room. And perhaps even try that, okay, if something is double the length, will it totally break my site, or will it just nicely wrap to a new line inside it and everything will just adjust? That is a very good comment. Thank you. Yeah.
I think we have time for maybe just one, or unless it's fast.
Yeah. Well, you were here before, so we'll start with you, and we should try to do it quickly here. Yep.
Thank you for the great talk.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you think it's okay for like putting HTML in the strings to be translated. I was just wondering how you handle things like escaping. Like, for example, if you use like escape HTML on a string and it has a link in it, obviously that'll strip the link out. So like, you know, what sort of approaches do you take to
Yeah,
deal with that?
that's a very good thing. So if you need to put some weird things inside the string and you know that you need to escape it later on, the best thing you can do is to use a printf statement and you just include it via a variable. And then you make sure that you escape everything else and then you put it together, right? So that's one way you can do it. Escape it in the right place and then insert what you need to insert. Or sometimes you can just try to fine-tune how you escape and what you escape. But all these long escaping functions for translations is your final protection against evil translations. So it's very good to have them and always have them. Because sometimes translations may come from unexpected places, and you don't want that to be what breaks your site. Or, well, your user's site somewhere else.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. What is your opinion on translating some terms which are very technical or are meant for developers, like, for example, token or API response? I don't mean, maybe there are better examples, but that are meant for developers, and maybe if you translate them to a local language, the developer who is going to probably see this won't understand it.
Yeah, so there are a lot of developers who barely know English. Back in the school, many, many years ago, I did some schoolwork about computers, and this was like when computers weren't really a thing yet. So yeah, I was a nerd, I guess, because I read this full book about machine code for the microprocessor Zilog Z80. And my English teacher was like, wow, were you able to read that? And I didn't tell her the truth that, you know, this specific language is just a different way of coding stuff, and it just happens to be kind of English, but I mean, I managed to understand it because it's very simple language. But yes, it can be useful, I would say, in instructions around how to use an API, but I would never dare to translate the API parameters or something like that, because then it will just break things, I guess. I don't know if I answered your question or some other question, but...
Not the code parameters, but some technical, real words, but that are very technical.
Yeah.
And are meant for developers.
But here as well, I mean, there are plugins for all kinds of people. I mean, there are plugins that are aimed at developers, and still, yes, by all means, make them translatable. That's nice. And polyglots, I mean, we have tens of thousands of polyglots contributing. Some of them are very technical. And then, of course, a vast majority, well, not very technical, and this is their way of contributing still, but you translate those strings that you feel that you understand and you can handle. And if you feel a bit unsure, then you ask someone else to come and have a look, did I translate it right, or what kind of terminology should we use here? So it's still doable. And as a developer, yes, by all means, make it possible. Right? Thank you. Now you're going to cut me off, right?
I will cut you off. Yeah, but let's give another round of applause for Toby. Thank you. Here's a little gift from WordCamp here. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Come on, keep it going, guys. Yeah, there you go. Alrighty, one quick announcement. Feel free to walk. It's okay. You can still listen. You can listen and walk. Don't mean to call you out. I don't know why I was staring just at you. Oh, no, I sat. Okay, let me just get to it. So the last thing is the next clue or question for the WordCamp postcards. So if you're collecting those, if you head over to the community booth, you just have to answer the question, when and where was the first WordCamp? So if you know the answer or you know how to Google, you can go there and get your next WordPress WordCamp postcard. And I'll see you for the next presentation. Thanks, guys. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. Hi. That's one way to start, by cursing in front of a large group of people. So how are you guys all doing right now? Ooh. Can we, how are you guys doing? There you go. I know it's like right before lunch and everyone's just like, give me the food. But okay, so we have an awesome panel for you. In just a few moments, I will just do a quick announcement. So there will be, of course, there will be lunch starting in about an hour. There is the group photo that's also at 1 o'clock. It's in the outdoor plaza. I guess you could run and take the photo, or it's going to be photo, food, I don't know, pick your battle. And then, yeah, the lunch is going to be in all the same areas as yesterday, level 0 and level -1, with the kosher and halal meals on the -1 floor. And yeah, so without further ado, they're going to do an introduction as well, but I will introduce your host, Siobhan. Can we get a round of applause for her? Yep. We also have the panel, Ben, Miles, Carrie, and Viola. And they will be talking for about 30 minutes. Then you guys will have the opportunity to ask Q&A questions. There's 2 mics already set up. So if you have some questions for them, just hit there. Have fun.
Hi, everybody. Good to see so many of you here. Are you having a good time? I mean, this is going to be a great time talking about enterprise WordPress. I'm excited to see so many of you. I'm just going to introduce our panel before we get into it. So we've got Ben May, who's the MD of the Code Company, which is a WordPress development company that works with enterprise globally. We have Carrie Dills, a freelancer with 20+ years of web development experience. She's worked with everyone from small, locally owned businesses to Fortune 500 companies. We've got Viola Gruner, head of marketing at Inside, where she's responsible for marketing their services to the enterprise. And we have Miles Langer-Craig, who is currently the CEO of XWP, which is an enterprise WordPress development agency. And Miles comes to WordPress via a long career in enterprise organizations. So thanks to the panel, we've got a really broad range of experience here. So it presents a really great opportunity to discuss the issues of enterprise WordPress, not just in terms of delivery. We've decided to broaden it out because of the opportunity presented. We're going to talk about sales and client acquisition and through delivery and the whole client lifecycle. So to kick us off, enterprise can be hard to define. When I ask people what enterprise is, I often get different answers. So Miles, as someone who's come to us from enterprise, can you kick us off with a definition?
A definition of enterprise. Thanks for that.
Yes, please.
Look, it's not easy. An enterprise client, I feel, is just like any client. The basics of the client relationship is there, but it tends to differ in terms of its scale, its complexity, the stakeholders, and the expectations that an enterprise has that maybe will be different from like a small to medium business client.
Yeah.
So, if you want to delve into those things, it's a rabbit hole of differences and bullet points and things. So we may cover some of them, but I think essentially those are the components.
Yeah, I think, Carrie, you work with very diverse clients, from small businesses to enterprise. And what's your experience of the differences between them?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, Miles, but with as a solo practitioner, the layers are pretty simplified. If I want to decide what tech stack to do, I don't need to consult anyone. I just ask I ask myself, hey self, what am I liking? But of course, at enterprise scale, you get the opportunity to work with a team and collaborate with a bunch of really smart people. So the opportunity to learn from each other and work on bigger and more exciting projects than you probably would as a solo.
What about the different challenges that they face in terms of enterprise? Would anyone like to go into some of those?
Different challenges experiencing with enterprises?
Enterprise versus small business.
Well, I think if I delve into those details, the scale, you're talking about scale of maybe internal and external users and customers, scale of data, the scale of maybe the number of brands they have. Complexity can be around complex systems integrations that they have with their own bespoke systems, or a plethora of quite enterprise-level third-party integrations. The security, the expectations around robustness and performance, at scale, and security. So some of our clients have security issues against nation-state threats and things. And then also stakeholders, right? You're dealing with very large enterprises. The cycle times may be longer. You have to get through architectural review boards, internal boards, or you may have to get through procurement and legal and marketing and CEOs and things, so let alone finance and those kind of things. So it just adds a richness. We enjoy working with these companies, but it adds a richness of complexities. Yeah.
A lot more cooks involved in baking the cake. I think one of the, things that I think about in terms of WordPress is it's consumer software. It's built with end users in mind. It's got a mission of democratizing publishing. And one of its selling points is usability and ease of installation. And so the traditional WordPress user is someone who's setting up their own blog or doing the 5-minute install and setting up their website. And this is a really different target audience to the enterprise buyer. He has different needs, and as we've just talked about, has different problems. So Viola, how do you approach marketing towards the enterprise buyer?
So, first I would like to tell you a small story, because before I worked for Insight, I worked for a logistics company, and it was a startup. And we used WordPress, and we used it, and we liked it, but the thing was, the founders, they were not taking care of their website for around 1 year or 2 years, not updating anything, and then they installed some plugins, and the website was crashing down. And that was the moment when Insight helped me out in this moment. I was like, yeah, what should I do? And yeah, afterwards we were growing a lot, and then we wanted to make a relaunch, and the founders told me, Viola, no, we are not going to use WordPress anymore. And I said, okay, but it is scalable and secure. And they said, no, we don't think so. Look at the old example. And they said, let's take Typo 3. And when they told me this, I decided to quit and to support the WordPress ecosystem and to join Insight. No, but so I see here a problem with scalability, security. It's not the problem of WordPress, because WordPress is great and it is scalable, it is secure, but the image. So WordPress is having, for the bigger companies, this not that good image, and that's very sad, because yeah, like I said, it is scalable and secure, and I think we need to change this image. And we used in marketing especially case studies, because I see, often this marketing tricks, they are not having a good view. So if we talk to enterprise clients, they want to see real case studies, and often also they want to have a contact here. They can contact, so yeah, that they know they are telling the truth. WordPress is not just a blog system, it can be also scalable and secure. And yes, that's in marketing like it is, and it's a little bit different. So it's not about writing 1,000 blog articles, because yeah, the enterprise audience is a little bit different here. So yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that we find at HumanMade is, we work with lots of enterprise clients, and they're sometimes a little bit, they don't want their name or their logo out there, and that's like a big challenge that we've got. It really helps us and helps them if we can talk about our stories of the things that we've built together. So how do you, any of the panelists got an idea of how you tackle that challenge of getting your clients to agree to case studies?
Yeah, I think sometimes you just can't get it past that barrier, how much you try. But I think we have some of you may know we have a Tonight Show as part of the XWP. So we actually make it about the client, not so much about XWP. So we really try and do any marketing we talked about, hey, we can get you represented either at a personal level and get your brand, your personal brand out there, or the company's brand out there through the marketing material, right? So I think that's a lot easier for them as an internal stakeholder to go and champion inside with the corporate comms department to say, hey, look, there's a message either for myself or the company's brand to get out there. So they may be in a certain industry, but and it could be, there might be a publisher and things, but also publishers also want to be seen as progressive in terms of how they do innovative storytelling and things. So we kind of look for an angle for them to promote themselves, right? Of course, we mentioned XWP along the way, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And sometimes we find those case studies can be sort of mentioned in commercial and confidence in discussions. The challenge is we need them inside the funnel at that point to be able to have those conversations. So that really forces the marketing strategy around authoritative positioning, some vagueness around the kinds of work that's done, but ultimately requires a little jump of faith to have that conversation and then to try and validate some of the more nuts and bolts of projects that we can't really publish, but we've definitely done and can talk about more privately in the sales process.
So just a general question for the panel. I'm happy for anyone to answer. Why should enterprise clients even want to use consumer software? There are loads of CMSs out there, or DXPs, that are built with them in mind, like Sitecore or Adobe. Why should they be making the choice of WordPress against those that are developed specifically for them and their needs? Carrie?
I'll start the conversation and let somebody else take it. But I think going back to the ownership of your own content and using open source software, both from a licensing and expense for the life cycle of a project perspective, can be more affordable than, say, maybe an AEM or Salesforce type solution. But also, ultimately, building your house on your own land, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. It's also, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be consumer software. It is if we let it become consumer software. But yeah, we obviously talk about WordPress like as a Swiss Army knife. It can sort of do a lot of things, but it's having that clear, it sort of goes back to the marketing and positioning message of it being a $20 blog software or something that could be a 7-figure project that powers a sophisticated software. So it's trying to buck that that stigma that sort of does come along with WordPress, how it's sort of organically grown to date.
First of all, I challenge it as consumer software. I think it's enterprise software because the WordPress ecosystem and the projects is large enough to support multiple personas, including the enterprise persona. But also I would say that they don't have to use WordPress. They shouldn't use WordPress. What they should be using is an integrated platform or system that achieves the business outcome. And when you sell to them, you should be talking about their outcomes and not WordPress, right? WordPress, we know WordPress is a valuable platform and tool, but to a certain extent, past the technical people don't pretty much care about WordPress. Mm-hmm. They care about their business outcomes, and WordPress can deliver those, right? Yeah. So we would say you can go and use Adobe, right, or Sitecore or anything else, but you may not get those outcomes that you want now, or when you scale later as well, right? So those are the kind of angles you would take.
Great, thanks. Ben, when you're pitching to enterprise clients, what platforms are you pitching against? And when you lose, why are you losing?
Yeah, I was thinking about having done this for probably a decade now in different situations from publicly traded companies to government, things like that. And there's sort of 2 buckets I could think of that were simplified it for this purpose anyway. And the first is losing out to things like a Sanity, Contentful, a sort of a really technically advanced product. And those decision makers are typically CIOs, CTOs, sometimes product people or internal engineering teams. And I think that camp is either an education or poorly educated about bad experiences with WordPress or lack of understanding of where it goes. And they can sometimes be brought around of convincing that actually it can, and that's where case studies help demonstrate scale, or somebody says, well, our site's got 5,000 taxonomies, I don't think WordPress will scale to that, and you can turn around and say, well, here's something with 500,000 and it scales fine. And then the other camp is probably the ones that go to a sort of all-in-one solution, a AEM, Kentico, Sitecore, whatever else. And that's I think the simplest way those ones win is because it has a really simple sales story to tell of, we'll take you out to lunch, we'll get you to sign the contract, and it's got everything you need in the box. And that's a harder one to turn around sometimes because WordPress is more of a Swiss Army knife, a framework or whatever else to build a full experience on top of, especially when you need to start talking about plugins and platforms and hosting and it's a really complicated buy cycle. So if you have someone who's making a decision who understands that and understands the context of the benefits of building on your own land, having interoperability between plugins and components and various pieces and not being vendor lock-in and all this sort of stuff, then you can overcome that conversation. But sometimes the sexiness of just saying, I can pay $1 million to Kentico and I just get everything is really appealing, especially if the organization doesn't have that internal maturity to understand how to do this. And sometimes, even as agencies, we see they don't understand what they're actually trying to do, and we're going to end up being on the hook for them not understanding what they're actually trying to do. So
how do you overcome that?
For the latter one, that's a harder one. Sometimes, if it's just not the right decision makers, that you just can't overcome that, because if you promise something that's unpromisable, when the push comes to shove at some point, and they're like, well, we just assumed we could do X, and it's like, well, no, you understood this all along. It's an open source. We have to build the layer on top. Sometimes you don't want to have those conversations. While WordPress is sort of the way it is, in the terms of the modularity of the ecosystem, that is something I think will be slowly maturing, and as more agencies are delivering to enterprise, having more standards in that space. But it's definitely challenging from an education perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Miles, you talked about the outcomes that the enterprise buyer wants. What sort of problems are they coming to you with whenever they are sort of looking for WordPress?
Our clients I call them enterprise storytellers with complex needs, because they are under enterprise and all the kind of the angles we talked about enterprise before. But essentially, they're trying to tell their story, and that could be actually like a publisher, say man bites dog type story, or it could be a corporate trying to tell the story to an audience. But they have complex needs, right? So, but if anything, they want three things. Any enterprise wants three things from a solution. They want to be faster, better, cheaper, right? And faster, it doesn't. When I say that, I don't mean like pay performance. I mean they want to go faster to market. They want to have faster decision making. They want to have faster ROI, and better means they really want to be better than their competition, and that may be better in terms of better innovative storytelling. It might be a better performance on the website, maybe a better proposition to advertisers, and cheaper is pretty much they want to be able to control the cost of the solution, particularly as it scales or peaks, because some of the solutions we put in place, traffic-wise, are fairly high, right, and then resource-intensive as well. So they really want to be able to control those kind of things. So,
and have those things changed over time? In the past sort of 5 to 10 years, what enterprise buyers are looking for? How have they changed? Anyone?
You think how it will change? Or
how have they changed over the past sort of 5 years or so? Their needs are just staying the same?
I mean, that's pretty fundamental, like what Miles was talking about from a business perspective. I think in the WordPress context, some of the barriers have come down. It's definitely become easier as there's more, more education, more agencies demonstrating this happening, government, using it. If you can point to whitehouse.gov type stuff, that is definitely brings down a barrier in those conversations. So that helps lower some of the hurdles to cross.
Yeah. Carrie, just want to talk about delivery and delivering technical solutions to enterprise. How do you turn the sort of problems that Miles has been talking about into technical solutions? What's your approach?
Well, I think, Miles, what you said I really appreciated. Is the clients don't care necessarily how you get there or what the tech looks like. If you're a hammer, every problem might look like a nail. But one of the things working with a team of people is the opportunity to kind of bring a toolbox of solutions to the table and figure out what is it that you just want to go to your plugins page, select all, and enable auto updates. Just kidding. No. Please don't ever do that. Yes, the WordPress release cycle definitely moves at a quicker clip than an enterprise cycle, and when you're integrating with so many different components, just from a level of complexity standpoint, it's not just click update and click through a few pages and make sure nothing broke. It's understanding exactly what came out in a WordPress release and how every bit of that code affects every system that you're integrating with. So for example, sometimes WordPress, not sometimes, very frequently WordPress may roll out a security update, but it may also be a feature update as well. So the challenge then at enterprise may be you do want to apply the security update, but you have to go through and kind of extract that bit and apply it in a way that makes sense for the particular application you're running, go through layers of regression testing, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a much more layered process.
Anyone got any horror stories of when that's gotten wrong? Want to share with the audience?
I don't want to talk about horror stories, but I do want to talk about delivery, because at some point, we can talk about buying and everything, but at some point, the rubber hits the road and you actually have to deliver. And I think where the enterprise differs is that they are quite mature, and actually they probably do a lot of delivery on non-WordPress stuff as well. So they have a lot of them have mature cycles around non-production environments and CI/CD and automation testing and things. So they just expect that from WordPress as well. But some of them don't, and they can make it very complex. So part of the role, I think, for an enterprise agency is to help educate internal teams or the client of how they should be managing enterprise software as well internally. And that can be, from someone who just, I don't want to do it, patch and all this kind of stuff. But a true enterprise would have an affinity with that as well. But also you do get it in complexity, and an enterprise agency needs to handle a variety of delivery methodologies. Some of them, appreciate Kanban or Agile or, Wagile and Waterfall, and at different contexts at different phases of the projects as well. And so they expect that ability for an enterprise agency to pivot, and also to bring in the right resources at the right time through a complex project as well. So it's the delivery can be quite complex as well.
Yeah, sure.
And requirements change, requirements bubble up. There's conflict between the agency and the client around what was set up front, what wasn't set up front, and discovery as you go. So the delivery is also very complicated.
Yeah.
And so you need, one of the things I like to say is WordPress is great. You can use it for individuals and small to medium enterprises and things. It's not rocket surgery, but sometimes it is, right? And so you need agencies who can do that rocket surgery and bring in the ecosystem to help deliver at that complex layer, right? Because the WordPress ecosystem is not big enough for every agency to be like that, but some agencies have to operate at that level, right? So because there is an introduction of a higher longer acquisition cycle, and potentially higher overheads to support that kind of organization as well, right? So.
Yeah, so speaking of rocket surgery, I'd like to talk a little bit about Gutenberg. Gutenberg was developed to make it easier for users to build pages. Ben, what's been the reception of Gutenberg with your clients?
I think the idea has been great of we're moving away from the classic editor, and that was never going to be a competitive CMS if that was our approach to publishing content in perpetuity. So definitely it's been a step in the right direction. I think, like Harry was talking about with release management of WordPress releasing changes and things like that, it's definitely created an additional layer of managing regressions. And when seemingly small releases come out very quickly, some of the things that may not be immediately obvious cause headaches, in production, which sometimes are the only way these bugs are discovered. So it usually requires buy-in to sort of at least have that level setting of this is what we're dealing with. Open source, we can't control it. At one end of the spectrum, you're like on the bleeding edge and you're rolling out like releases that come out straight away. At the other end, you're like 3 major versions behind because you're so worried about release management that you're now having like roadblocks with other plugins and things like that. So it creates your own new nightmare. Even if you're up to date with security patching, features are starting to break or behave in ways that are really hard to manage. So that's been a bit of a fine line to work through, especially when building native blocks and things like that. As the technology changes, having to explain that we need to go back and refactor certain things because standards have the goalposts have shifted a little bit since it was first bought. So that's always a challenge to have those conversations because it's out of our control, not necessarily something that anyone would have known was coming, but that also is going to happen broadly with a lot of software anyway. Or you're going to be using something that looks like it was built 30 years ago as a CMS, so you kind of take that with the good of having a pretty good, rich page building, article building experience, being able to bring in like dynamic functionality, previewing it pretty close to where it's going to live when it's published.
Yeah, anyone making any interesting uses of Gutenberg for your clients, like building any cool blocks that you'd like to talk about? Or are you not making use of it?
Yeah, I'm sure my team are, right? Doing a lot of cool blocks for clients, and they demo them, and they think, wow, that's fantastic, right?
Yeah.
So, we pitch ourselves as a mastery-based agency, and it certainly comes through in the demos we see. We all do, right? The opportunity that's involved there. So, you go out there just in the booths outside, and you see so many, the exhibiting mastery in the work that they're doing. So, yeah.
Cool.
One of the nice things about where that's going, I was going to say we're building an AI block just because,
so are we.
no one else has yet.
No one else has, have they?
You are as well, I thought.
You got one.
But the one thing that, the direction of Gutenberg is the ability to sort of white label custom functionality in the CMS and make it a fluid experience. That's one of the challenges of sort of very much the authoring experience, and then all the plugins that sit next to the CMS, is that it feels like multiple systems, especially when some plugins get very opinionated on design styles and things like that. Gutenberg is a way of managing the site that feels very cohesive, and that's one thing that, the direction of where that's going, I like, because if you are using an enterprise CMS and things like that, it just feels like one CMS. You're not using one CMS with 12 other subsystems inside it. So that's, again, takes a lot of self-discipline to make sure that you don't build blocks and things like that that just turn into, a dog's breakfast of CMS authoring. I was trying to find a polite way to...
You don't need to be polite, it's fine. So looking to the future, Viola, what can we do to better position WordPress to the enterprise?
So I think it should start from scratch. So it's important that we get a good image here at WordPress, and it is great, it's about often the user, and we need to share this. So instead of just making case studies, we should make success stories and tell them. Even the White House is using it. Oh my God, that's in terms of security, the White House is using WordPress, and that shows, okay, it is secure. And I think we need to come together and we need to show this to the world, and I think also everyone who is using WordPress should share this knowledge. Because also some friends of mine, they told me also, now I'm working for a small agency and their WordPress is good, but if I would work for a bigger one, no, because of security. And I say, what? Why no? And I told them how it is, and I think we should all reaching out, and I think also we should bring together some case studies and, to work together with the others, because we are a big community and we are having this great community behind of WordPress, and WordPress is great and it is secure and scalable, and that's something the world needs to know and people need to know, and also the enterprise companies need to know. So that are my thoughts. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think you want to start me on this, but I'm happy to go. WordPress does not do a good job in selling itself to enterprise. If I have when I first started XWP and I got into it, I have a guy called Scotty from marketing, and he's not a degenerate or anything, but he's Scotty from marketing, and. So I said to him, maybe CEO, my first thought leadership piece should be, I was involved in enterprise technology for over 20 years, over 30 years. I built, one of the largest WordPress instances, or the largest WordPress instances in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a long title for this article, don't worry, I'm still going. And but now I'm running one of the world's largest leading enterprise WordPress agencies. If I was to go back to my old job, would I still buy WordPress, right? And then the bulk of the article, which is will primarily be ChatGPT written, kind of says, yes, I would, because it ticks all these boxes. It has, control of data, freedom to publish, scale, security, all these things that are just, baseline stuff. But WordPress does not make it easy for the enterprise buyer to buy WordPress. And I think that's what, as an ecosystem and as a layer of the ecosystem that it focuses on the persona of the enterprise buyer, I think that's what we need to do, because actually we're behind. There's an existential threat that other alternatives are doing a better job at selling to the enterprise buyer. I think the WordPress ecosystem needs a healthy enterprise WordPress agency layer, just as it does with all the other rest of the WordPress ecosystem needs to be healthy, but there is a challenge at front now to the layer that focuses on enterprise buyers, right? So we don't make it easy. There are definitely things we can do to make it easier, and you know, there's a lot of people talking about that kind of stuff, right? So I think we just need to get organized around, you know, actually getting some traction in that space.
So when you say we, who is we? Is it who takes responsibility for marketing WordPress to enterprise? Is it WordPress.org? Is it the make.wordpress.org? Is it WordPress businesses? Is it us all individually? Who is responsible for making WordPress appealing to the enterprise buyer? Do you want to take a go at that, Ben?
I think that is, I think the enterprise agencies, there's something to be had of bringing those together to sort of share the experiences that they're seeing on the front of the ground. And there have been some events around that this week, and talking about you know, a future that could come together. Because I think a lot of the top talent, if you think of in the project, a lot of that is probably coming either through or employed by these leading agencies because they're doing these big, healthy projects that have margins to then support, having people who can do, you know, to be dedicated to core and things like that. So the agencies need WordPress, and WordPress needs the agencies at this sort of scale for it to be healthy. So I think there's some sort of an alliance almost to bring people with a shared interest of bringing these resources together to, you know, greater the good for anyone who works in this space.
Yes, and I think every client we win together, it's great for WordPress, you know, and that's also the thing behind. So if someone else is winning a pitch and it's for WordPress, it's great. So because the ecosystem gets bigger and is, improving.
Absolutely.
You asked specifically whose responsibility and I think it's important to say that it's not the responsibility of core, and this is not about changing the actual software that we're using at a core level, but as Ben used the word alliance, and some great conversations going around this week about enterprise WordPress agencies aligning and alliancing. I think I made up that word just
alliancing.
now. But coming together to bring kind of what the common denominator of what it looks like to serve the needs of an enterprise buyer and aligning on that, and then the optics of that from a messaging standpoint of, I mean, I'm just kind of saying what you have already said, but and probably more eloquently at that. But I'll stop there.
I think we can use an open source ethos to figure this one out, because the open source ethos pretty much talks about if you care and you're passionate, you stand up, you put the investment and the time and the thought space to say, yeah, I'm going to help solve this problem, right? And you know, got classic examples of that in the actual WordPress project of people saying, yeah, look, I'm going to put my hand up and, you know, solve performance, right? And be part of the performance team or collaborate and that kind of thing. So I think there's an example of that, and we should be using the open source ethos of how to manage the governance of anything around tackling how we make it easier for the enterprise buyer to buy WordPress. And I think what we've seen probably is, you know, a kind of a gaggle of an initial gaggle. Say, look, you know, we're kind of passionate, we care about it, we want to stand up, we'll put some investment of time and you know, headspace and stuff into solving what that would be. And I think it's an embryonic kind of gaggle. But I think there's an opportunity for that, you know, gaggle to get some traction and momentum and start asking questions of how should we be having a cohesive narrative and a cohesive message to enterprise buyers, right? And I think that layer, the gaggle, the layer should really be, you know, the ethos there should be, you know, if the enterprise buyer doesn't care about it, then we don't care about it, right? Because there are so many other people in the WordPress ecosystem who care about other personas, and this gaggle should just care about the enterprise buyer persona. So.
Thanks. On that note, I'm going to open up the floor to questions. Has anyone got a question for the panel? We've got about 10 minutes. I see a question at the back. Hand up there. Oh, there's 2 mics here. Sorry, you come down. Sorry, I couldn't actually see what was going on.
Yeah, hello. Question is pretty basic. How did you start? How did you find your first enterprise clients?
How do we get the first enterprise client?
Right.
I think for XWP we were a bit lucky because I was the first enterprise client on the enterprise side, and so I was already kind of bought in. And actually, on that story, I've been doing enterprise CMSs for over 20 years, maybe 30 years, and we've on the enterprise side we've built our own. We've got many closed-sourced applications. So much so, the last one we did before we went WordPress. We broke, essentially. We customized it so much, it was off the upgrade path. So when we actually went to, we had a lot of open source as well, LampStack and other stuff inside the enterprise. So we were going to go to open source, and we looked at WordPress and Drupal, but WordPress kind of smashed Drupal out of the park on that from an enterprise buyer side. But when we did the implementation of it, the hashtag was #don't break WordPress. Right, because we really wanted to keep it pure, and so that came from an internal, inside the enterprise aspiration to use the benefits of open source software. So that was probably lucky, but I think that on the flip side of that, when we were, kind of got sold on WordPress, with Automatic and VIP at the time, they were espousing the benefits of WordPress as an enterprise CMS and things like that. So.
Carrie, I was wondering if you want to pick up on that as a freelancer. How did you get from writing about Genesis to picking up your first enterprise client?
Well, I went and worked with a renowned agency serving enterprise clients at crowd favorite. As a solo operator, I was not in a position, and probably, I don't want to say universally you can't, but as a single developer or somebody delivering services to a client, it's just not scalable at that level to serve the needs of a really large project. So I would say most definitely needing to be part of a team.
Let's go about 4 more people asking questions. We're going to move on. Thank you. Who's next? Was next here?
I'll go. Go ahead.
Over here?
Please go. Everyone's pointing.
Everyone's pointing. Well, you were here first,
okay,
so let's go with you.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
So one of the technical issues with WordPress when you're selling to enterprise clients is most of the corporate clients expect you to have a development environment, a staging, user acceptance testing, and the production, which WordPress doesn't make super easy. Any good recommendations regarding this problem?
Well, I'm not overly technical, but I think you would use classic development techniques. You have to have multiple production environments. You have to copy data from one environment to the other. You have to have CI/CD pipelines and things. So I think those kind of things have been solved, even if in a clunky way for software that doesn't move through path to production very well, right? So it's not easy, and when I was at News Corp, it wasn't easy with WordPress, but you had to make it work, right? So.
Yeah, moving data up, like from developments and stagings up to production. I still don't think there's a silver bullet for that one. I don't think anyone solved that perfectly. I live in hope that one day, we'll catch on to things like Laravel and things that do database seeding and programmatic database management much easier, but I don't think we're there yet. That's probably a very niche example of an enterprise problem that would solve on a percentage of installs, a fraction, compared to every other WordPress site that exists. So yeah, I guess it's on the list.
I think you've got to remember, in the enterprise, the WordPress is just one of the elements of path to production that you have to control in a UAT and any non-production environment as well. So some of them have, environment managers, test data packs, and all that kind of stuff. So it can get pretty complex.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Over this side, please.
Evening or afternoon. Question in the enterprise space. I was talking to somebody last night, and we were talking about one of the issues with WordPress is that your client ends up with 15 different monthly or annual bills for this commercial plugin and that, rather than one with AEM or Sitecore, and it's a much easier thing to manage. How do you at the enterprise level address that with your clients in terms of commercial plugin licenses as well as kind of the updating of commercial licenses? Are you bundling that? Are you packaging that? Are you managing it? And how are you having that conversation at the enterprise level?
Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, I can take that one. Yeah, like most clients of ours, they have to have, 2 MSAs, 2 SOWs, and then 2 bills, and that can be an issue for procurement and legal and even finance. They would love to have 1 bill because what they like to do in the faster, better, cheaper world is to say, here's a big bill from a client, we talk to them and say, how can we screw them down, right? So, and part of that is, even if you have a big bill from an AEM, the bill is segmented, right? And some of it for services and some of it's for hosting costs and things. So you don't really, might get 1 bill, that might be look good on the one budget line item, but it's not too much of a hurdle. It does take more line, to get the 2 MSAs and the 2 contracts and things and the 2 budgets over the line, but enterprises do understand the difference between kind of infrastructure pricing of hosting and things as well as services based, for talent on demand or project teams and things like that. So, and if anything, they like to make it a little bit complicated themselves because they'll do multiple SOWs for phases of delivery and things as well, right? So, so I don't think that's too a problem. It does get more of a problem when there's a plug-in cost, of $100. Sometimes that's the hardest one, and tens of thousands of dollars budget is like, who's got a credit card to pay for $100, right? In an enterprise. So,
especially when like a plugin expires and it was some product manager 3 years ago who bought that subscription and no one has access to their email address or the credit card, or they need the receipt. So that is a pain, constant pain. We try and work on either agency type licenses that for some that allow that, and then the ones that just don't operate that way, that they have to do that, and then try and coach them in making a subscriptions at email address or some sort of mailbox to set them up so that we're not having that problem in a year that we can't update Yoast because so-and-so who signed up for that's gone and we don't know how to retrieve it now. So
sounds familiar.
It's still messy at your level as it is at ours.
Thanks. We've got 2 questions left, so we'll try and get through both of them. So let's keep our answers relatively short.
Hello, good evening. I would like to ask how often does an enterprise WordPress installation become a mold rather than a puzzle? I'm meaning that how often does an engineer have to interfere in the code to make custom fixes and custom applications in a way that there has to be a familiarity in that enterprise with that associated developer that knows, the whereabouts of this exact installation. How often can an enterprise, in short, how often can an enterprise site become a custom solution rather than a generic WordPress installation, a modular kind of thing?
Mm-hmm. Carrie?
Yeah.
I'll let Carrie go first.
If I'm understanding correctly, the beauty of WordPress and its modularity is that it can be extended in so many ways, and there are different ways to customize that experience to make it into a more cohesive, singular UI versus, I think it was you mentioning earlier, if you're managing a bunch of different plugins and each one has their own sort of interface that you've got to go through. Part of it is a challenge, but part of that is figuring out what it is the client is trying to do, and then creating some sort of a user interface that supports whatever their particular workflows are.
In terms of compromising that modularity, that benefit that WordPress has, in order to produce a custom solution, that's my, how often does it happen, and is it a way to follow, or is it, you say no to the customer when he says, I want this, but you know that it will require building a lot of back-end code in order to accommodate their needs. So do we draw a line, or and we go the modular way, or we go on with customizing and delivering exactly what the customer wants on an enterprise level?
I think that's one of the reasons why the client looks for the rocket surgeons. These are the kind of almost ticket by ticket, sprint by sprint decisions that have to be made. Sometimes an enterprise client can get a very generic solution because they have enterprise needs that tick other things, right? They don't have a lot of complexity in the code, but they want to have scale, they want to have access to, either good design resources, performance resources, and things like that, right? So, but often you do get into quite complex decisions about how you customize WordPress for the client-specific needs, and that's why you get good engineers.
Thank you.
Thank
We've
you very
got one question left, so let's try and slip it in before we all disappear for lunch.
Hi there. Thanks for all your perspectives, really interesting. Miles, I think you said earlier that WordPress doesn't do a good job of marketing itself to enterprise. A question for the whole panel maybe, like what do you see as the main issues or the main hurdles there, and have you perhaps got some thoughts on solutions or what the best ROI on that would be, like in terms of addressing those?
So I think when I say the WordPress doesn't do it, make it easy for the enterprise buyer to buy WordPress. When I was on the enterprise side, you had to, Amazon would come into my office, Google would come into my office, Adobe, Brightcove, everyone would come into my office, and they'd have the brochure, the one throat to choke, the enterprise roadmap, and so that is appealing to an enterprise buyer who, at some point is just trying to cover their ass in terms of, making an investment decision, and they kind of, they may rubbish WordPress, right? But most of them don't, right? But when WordPress comes into the office, who's that? Is that XWP? Is it VIP? Is it some amorphous, combination of things, right? And then they go to research the ecosystem as well, and they go, okay, well, what is the WordPress ecosystem? There's Adobe, there's Cycle and Brightcove and things. So I think the elements of WordPress as a solution for the enterprise buyer are all there, but at some point we actually expect the enterprise buyer to put those together, right? And I don't think that fundamentally has to change, but we have to make it easier for the enterprise buyer to put those elements together and understand how the enterprise layer in the WordPress ecosystem, there's a benefit, I think, to having modularity, because at some point, everyone falls out of love with their agency, and we can say, in XWP, great, take your code, right? Go to Code Company or whoever, right? Because you can, but really you can't. It's not that easy, but it should. The open source ethos, not only from the technology perspective, from a business and the ecosystem perspective, should be a strength that we're marketing to. Because if you go to, and I don't, I really on stage, hesitate to rubbish people, but I will. If you go to Arc, right, you're lumped with the bloated code. You can't think you can do, right? If you go to Adobe, you don't have really control over your own roadmap. To a certain extent, if you go to a hosted solution, the data is not yours, the code is not yours. So those are the key elements. You don't always win those battles, because sometimes those are things that are not a high priority for the enterprise buyer, but we should be trumpeting the benefits of open source as a kind of ecosystem. We don't do that well enough, right? So I don't have the solution. I have ideas, but I don't have I'm not going to prescribe a solution for that. But that's where the embryonic gaggle, and whoever wants to join the embryonic gaggle, we get together, right? So yeah.
Gonna get my hook.
I just saw, I think it was Noel did it earlier in the week, like even like Wix and Squarespace have got like this full enterprise section on their sites, a whole journey top to bottom. I didn't see that, I hadn't seen that before, but it was surprising to see that like something so consumer grade historically is even like got a very good narrative around Wix or Squarespace, like something so simple like that. So they're definitely going after that as well.
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you all to the panel for joining us and sharing your experience, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you guys so much. Yeah, let's give them an extra one. Come on, guys. Yeah. All right, before you guys all leave, there is just a quick announcement. So lunch is actually pushed back to 1:15. So yeah, at 1, just head out to the outdoor area to take the family photo. I think there's going to be people kind of ushering you in that direction. Sorry.
How was the meal? You're all coming in here, don't be shy. So my name is Birgit Pauli-Haag, I'm your MC for the afternoon. And we have an awesome panel to come up here, but before we start that and people kind of trickling in, I have a few announcements. So who's playing the WordPress, the WordCamp Europe card game? Who has exchanged some of the cards? All right, how many did you? Yeah. She cheated. No, but those cards are really cool. So if you haven't looked at them yet, they're actually printed work from the Museum of Block Art. And it's a really interesting project. And what you can do with block patterns and blocks that are not really content related. So I really like that. I want to remind you that you visit the sponsor areas between the panel and the next one, because by 4, when Matt Mullenweg's event happens, I think the sponsors are gonna break down pretty soon afterwards. So if you want to collect some more swag, talk to the sponsors, that would be your opportunity. There's only 2 things on the wellness track left. One is the 3 o'clock Tai Chi, and the other one is the group hike that leaves from the sponsor area at 6 o'clock or 1800. And if you haven't yet from all the sessions, please go to europe.wordcamp.org/2023/feedback to leave your opinions about all the sessions, because that helps everybody to get better, gives feedback to the speakers. They have spent quite some time to put it all together, so it would be really helpful if you help them get better too. I mentioned it already, Matt's Q&A. So the people watching on the live stream, if you want to send in questions for Matt or Matthias or Josefa, you can submit them through social media, through the Twitter or Instagram or Facebook of the official WordPress or WordCamp entities or profiles. Then again, a reminder on the after party, and then I'm shut up. Yeah, it's a happy 20th birthday party. Starts at 20:30, 8:30 at the Lohan Athens nightclub. Bring your badge, otherwise you are not going to get in. You will get a light snack and 2 drinks with tokens, and if you need to drink more or somebody doesn't use the tokens, that's okay and fine, but you can also buy additional drinks. So the panel format, we have a panel contributing to WordPress without knowing how to code. Just because there are many women here on the panel, it does not mean that women don't code. There are many good, excellent coders that are women, but it just happened that the panel came together like that. So it's a 30-minute conversation, Birgit, Q&A for 15 minutes, and then we have a 15-minute break before the next session starts. I will turn it over to Birgit right away. I just let you know who the other panelists are. We have Birgit Olsen, then Patricia BT, then Janko Nukaga, and Alice Oru. And Jose, from also from Japan, right? Yes. Yeah, all right. Well, Birgit Olsen is our panelist today, host of the panel today, and she'll take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Birgit. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm really glad to see you all here on Welcome to our panel discussion on, like Birgit also said, contributing to WordPress without knowing how to code. As Birgit mentioned, my name is Birgit Olsen, and unfortunately, the original host, Ahmed Kabirjan, and his panelist, Mainul, who were original part of this panel, couldn't attend due to the visa situation, and on very short notice, I'm really glad that Junko and Alicia agreed on participating on this panel and sharing their stories. And I'm also very thankful for the WordCamp Europe content team, who were very responsive to deal with this situation on short notice and, yeah, make the best of it. So, now let me introduce again Alicia, Junko, and Patricia. I invite you, could you please introduce yourself for a short?
Sure, should I start? Hi everybody, good afternoon. So I'm Alicia Ru, I'm Italian. I work as a content designer and software localization specialist, especially for many themes and WordPress themes and plugins, with a focus on inclusive and accessible writing. And I started contributing to WordPress in 2016.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I come from the French-speaking part of Switzerland, in Geneva. I contribute to the community team by organizing events in my country, WordPress Meetup now since 10 years, for 10 years, and co-organizer in WordCamps in Switzerland.
Hi, hello, my name is Junko Nukaga. Yeah, I live on a small island in Japan called Ogijima with a population of 115 people. Yeah. I'm freelance web designer, and with WordPress, I'm lead organizer of WordCamp Kansai and WordCamp Kobe. And I'm a deputy in the WordPress community and one of this year's team reps. I also do translation and report bugs when I notice them. I'm not very good at English, so today I'm supported by my Japanese friend Shusei. I try to speak myself as much as possible, but sometimes I may mix Japanese. Sorry, thank you.
Again, welcome to our panel, and thank you for your assistance. So, okay, let's start with some personal experiences and your journey. Could each of you share how you contribute to WordPress project and what initially inspired you to get involved, and why community? What do you personally get from contributing to WordPress in a project? Patricia, would you like to start? Then we move over to Alicia and then to Junko. Is this okay? Yeah?
Do you want to introduce yourself as well first?
Oh, so interesting. Okay, I call myself a WordPress veteran because I've used WordPress since the first release 20 years ago, and I'm contributing to WordPress over 13 years, and I started with translating WordPress in German, and then I also started managing the local translation platform on dewordpress.org, thanks to Robert Windisch, who pushed me to do so. And that's when I started actively contributing to WordPress, but I also visited WordCamps. And now I'm focusing more on creating more awareness for diversity, equality, and inclusion in the WordPress community, so that everyone feels welcome and belonging to the WordPress community.
Can you just repeat the first question?
Yes, I guess why community? What do you personally get from contributing to WordPress community?
Okay, so the first thing is I made friends from all around the world, and by organizing local meetups, I made long-lasting friendship in my local community. So that is the main good thing, that is to contribute to community and organizing events. And I get to travel to WordCamp Europe and nearby country WordCamps. For example, from Switzerland, I go to WordCamp in France and Italy, and I try to volunteer all the time because it's such an amazing experience. What I guess, because every month when we do local meetups, I learn something new all the time, you know. And over the years, also I learned how to organize events, find sponsors, raise funds, and it's good also to have a diverse range of speakers who talk about so many topics. So I learned a lot too, meeting all those people.
Thank you.
So in my case, I started contributing in 2016, and those times I recently joined a WordPress company, WP Rocket, so I was already working in translations, and I met Laura Sacco, who is one of the pillars of the Italian polyglots community, and she onboarded it immediately because she said, you can speak languages, you can speak Italian, I also speak Spanish and French, so being a polyglot was my thing right away. And so I found the Italian community first, then the Spanish one, and then I met the European one as well. So I really, first of all, I'd say that the main reason why I'm here is because of, as Patricia was saying, because of people, and I met a lot of friends over the years. So speaking at WordCamps and also contributing via Slack and remotely with the community is a way to keep in touch with a lot of people scattered around the world. So that's very precious for me. And also professionally, it's been very important I'd say that the community has been my first training field, because I learned about localization, internationalization, very specific topics that it would have been difficult maybe to pay maybe an online course or going to your university just to learn those stuff. So the community was very supportive also in that sense. So I own a lot also in the professional side of things. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Very inspiring. Junko.
Hi, I focus on WordPress community and support vetting and orientation for people who want to start WordCamp.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, you choose to contribute to WordPress because of the people within the WordPress community. So you found someone who had introduced you, or you picked up your own profession within and found your field. I would like to hear about your challenges and skills and how you overcome obstacles within involved into the project. What are the skills that had you when you started contributing? What you learned through the process? You told you learned so much English also to contribute, and what are the obstacles you saw while contributing to WordPress? Alice, would you like to start, and we move on to Junko and then to you?
The main obstacles I found, I think, was just getting used to all the I don't know, the many places where the community moves. There's the Slack, there's the Make WordPress. There are a lot of places and channels of communication. So at first, maybe for me, it was a bit difficult to understand where my people were, where the polyglots met. But at the same time, the onboarding process was pretty supportive. So I always have people around that told me where to go, where to find answers, where to read documentation. So yeah, I was I think it's natural when you start doing something new, you feel overwhelmed a little bit by the many information and flow of information you can get. But I mean, the good thing of the WordPress community is that there's a lot of people doing this for so many years, and they're very supportive, so it's easy to find your way. Yeah, and that was the main obstacle, I have to say. And the Italian community is very open and welcoming, so I've always felt at home.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think relationships can be very difficult. Most of us are doing WordPress things while having other jobs. So communication in a limited time frame can lead to misunderstandings. We value dialogue, but at the same time, we try to make sure our honest opinions are heard. For example, when someone is struggling. Thank you. With someone else in the community, I will not be the referee. No, I'm not. But I will be as honest as possible about what I think. Yeah, very important. And if I am wrong, I apologize. I believe that even if the conflict is not resolved immediately.
Immediately, like not in a timely manner. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No need for apologizing. We are all human beings. Yes. And the most of the people who are attending to WordCamp Europe are not native English-speaking people.
I think and honest, so important.
Yes, absolutely agreed.
So first, Junko, your English is better than my Japanese. So thank you for contributing like this. So about the struggle I face, I'm a kind of freelancer or rather solopreneur. So one of my struggles was to work with a team when we were organizing WordCamp in Switzerland. So I had to learn to, work with others. And I got better at that, I hope. And on another level, the struggle we faced organizing events, especially WordCamps, is about the multilingual part, because the WordCamp sites are not yet multilingual, and in Switzerland we speak so many languages. So thankfully this year we had the help of a great teammate, Mark Howell-Smith, who used the great features of the site editor, the full site editor, and blogs to create a 3 languages WordCamp website. So that was how we overcame this. It's much better now with the site editor. And there is also struggles. There is no budget for meetups. Monthly meetup, so we have to get creative to find free venues, and we somehow used to that now, but it's now also because after the pandemic, people get used to stay at home, and sometimes it's difficult to even have people coming to the meetups, so we have to get creative, and that's good because we train our creative mind, to find solutions. Yeah, that would be the struggle.
Thank you. What do you think are also obstacles for new contributors to come to contribute to WordPress, especially for people who are afraid or intimidated by having to know code? Because as we are seeing in the WordPress community, there's some kind of celebrity around the core committers at the beginning, how to contribute to a project like WordPress. It's an open source project, and so many talented people are also giving their time and effort and skills to it. But I think we would like to have more people involved, especially in underrepresented make teams for WordPress. Yes, as you mentioned, you started with translation and organizing events. You are organizing events. What obstacles do you feel are there for new contributors to enter the WordPress ecosystem? Would you like to start?
Yeah. Speak English, please, okay? すごくたくさんやらないといけないって自分で思っちゃうとすごく大変になるっていうのがハードルだと思う。
She's saying if there's too much things to do and get worried, that might be like an obstacle for the new contributors. You know, like, yeah, like they don't have to be scared. But like, I have to do this, I have to do that. Like, they can just start small. So that could be one of the obstacles that she sees. So, yes.
What do you see as obstacle for new contributors to start?
Yes, there is this misconception that I don't know to code, I cannot join, or I'm not a designer, I'm a beginner, and I constantly repeat in meetups and local WordCamps, you don't have to be, there's so many things to do, we need you. Yeah, I would say the first thing would be to attend meetups and local WordCamps and join the Contributor Day, where there is an onboarding process, which is very welcoming. Also have a look at make.wordpress.org and look at the description for each team, because you might find something that appeals to you, you know. And at the beginning, when I started organizing meetups, I didn't even know I was contributing to a large-scale community. I was thinking, oh, there is a local meetup about WordPress, so I go there, and they asked me, the two, founder of this group were leaving the town, and they asked two of us to take it over. I didn't even realize there was like 800 groups around the world and so many WordCamps I didn't know about. So I was contributing without knowing that I was contributing, you know. But if, when I say now to people, please join, we need, it would be a dream if every WordPress user gave like 5% of their time to contribute to the project. As we talked yesterday about 5 for the future. So it's, it's good. We have a free and priceless solution that is WordPress, so it's good if we give back by any skill that you can contribute with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Patricia said it all. But I just wanted to add up that from my experience, what I notice is meetup, maybe contributor days at local WordCamps or even European ones are very crowded. There's a lot of people starting from day one to contribute. What I notice is that sometimes it's difficult to make people stay. So you have a lot of onboarding the first day, and then over time, it's difficult to keep up via Slack or doing remote contribution. So what Patricia said about finding your local places, your local people, it's very important to keep the motivation of that first contributor day, because it's easy to be onboarded on the first day, but then when you get back home, you get caught up with your job, your family, and your life, and maybe the contribution is where left a bit on the side. So maybe as a community, we should keep on strongly encouraging people to keep in touch, even remotely, and sharing the way we can do that without even being, let's think about how many people live in little towns or remote places where there's not even a local meetup. So finding community moments online and remotely is still very important.
If I can add something to what Alice said, I just heard that a new meetup group has been created in Catalonia to be rural. Sorry, rural. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Rural meetup?
Yeah, a rural meetup for Catalonia that will go from small town to small town because there is no meetups, and that's a great initiative that should be copied.
Shared and copied. Yeah, I didn't know
and
that. That's great.
Also for meetup organizers, sometimes we don't have an idea who to invite, what to do, but to say at next month's meetup, so we could simply do contribution meetups.
So you would say the easiest entry point into the WordPress contributions is going to a meetup, attending to a meetup, or maybe organizing a meetup. But what's about the other projects and teams within a WordPress community which doesn't involve to have the knowledge about how to code. As we see, we have the documentation team, the training team who are building learnwordpress.org, who want to help to build more confidence. We have also the WP diversity team who is very, very passionate about to motivate and encourage new contributors to speak, to be on a stage like this, yes? But also the testing for WordPress. Everything which every project which involves development needs also other parts. I guess no developer is really fond of it, of the idea to write the documentation, or am I wrong? So, what do you see are the most needed parts of the WordPress community contribution ecosystem to jump in when you are not a developer? I struggle with this word. Sorry, I'm not an active English-speaking person. So, what do you think? It's the most vulnerable part of a community where we need more active contributors. Would you like? Maybe. Okay, we are going around. So.
For example, translations is one of the polyglots group is one of the groups that really is accessible to almost anyone knowing their own language. That's what Laura Sacco told me when I started. I mean, you know Italian, you know Italian well. I mean, of course, you have to speak the language well, but there's a lot to do. Even in the polyglots team, without knowing how to code, we translate plugins, themes, we translate the core, but we also do a lot of documentation and help translating documentation from other teams. So there's really a lot to do of what the WordPress community as a whole produces. There's a lot to translate. And if you know your language well enough, there's always need for a good hand to work on those documents and all the many things that the whole community produces and would like to translate.
I started also to translate some years ago, but it's not where I was the best. So, you know, it depends what you like, and you look at the list that, as I said before, on make.wordpress.org, and you see the list of all the teams, and whatever sounds good, nice to you to participate, you just join the Slack and begin to talk with people and attend the office hours on Slack and read the chat. Maybe you will find something very exciting, you will make friends, as I love it. And yeah, I think, yeah, it's up to you, what you are good at, what you like, you know. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. And in Japan, and original Slack region, Japanese Slack, WordPress Slack, and 1 week, 1 time, gathering Slack, translation time we have. And so, gathering and mentoring, so kind.
Yeah. So you're doing some kind of WP translation days in Japanese, where you onboard new contributors and also work on the project itself. Yeah.
Sorry. So we do it weekly.
Weekly?
Yes, not monthly or not yearly. We do it every Friday from 10 p.m. And in Japan, we welcome everybody to come in and translate plugins or themes or even the documents.
That's just amazing. I'm totally jealous.
So, yeah, and whenever people come in, we don't do it in Zoom or in-person style. We only do it in Slack. Mm-hmm. So everybody can join from, let's say, home or their work or maybe somewhere else. And if there are newcomers coming in, we always welcome them and we ask them what they want to do, and we try to guide them to how they can do it like sustainably. Mm-hmm. I think Alice, you were saying that sustainability for onboarding new contributors is key process. So that's what we've been doing in Japan, and Jukon's been part of that also. So I think she said translations keep on going would be a good thing to do.
Awesome. Yep, thank you. Just one short advice for new contributors. What would you tell when someone approaches you, I would like to contribute to WordPress, how can I get involved? How can I do it? What would be your takeaway tip for them? Would you like to start?
Yes, it's basically what I said before about looking what they like to do. But I would emphasize on the fact that it's a very inclusive community, that we try to help all diverse people to join, and make friends and eat good food at WordCamps.
Food is always a good topic.
We say go all in, don't worry.
And for everyone who is also listening, not only contribute, sorry, Alicia, when you contribute to WordPress, it's not only about bringing in your own time and knowledge. Money is always welcomed. So we have some initiatives in the WordPress community, not only the Five for the Future program, where companies can pledge time, or their employees can pledge time to contribute to WordPress, but also we have the WP Collective. I hope I recall it right. I will tweet about it again, where you as a company or a freelancer can donate your money so that contributors can get funded to pursue and continue their work in contributions, especially if you are on a level with a high responsibility or being a bottleneck, because a big project like WordPress is sometimes really hard to stay consistent if you are working on it on your spare time and you don't have the financial backgrounds to give in more time. So that's why I think it's important that we as a community also make room and say, these are contributors who are very involved and passionate about contributing to WordPress. We need to support them with room or even money to help them to stay on track. So, what do you think about this?
Yes, this is very important as well. My tip would be find your people, as Patricia was saying, find what you like, but also the people you like to spend time with. So that's a very important part of the contributing experience. And ask a lot of questions, because there will be a lot, but we have a lot of documentation and information to provide. So ask questions and find your people to... I mean, we try to be a very inclusive and accessible community, so I feel safe in giving this tip. You will find somebody you like.
Thank you. I guess there's also the mentorship program rolling into, so
yes.
Where new contributors of WordPress can get a personal mentor to guide them. And Hari Shankar is currently hard working on it. So please reach out on makewordpress.org. Reach out on Twitter to us. If you have any questions, I would like to invite you. And I'm really glad that you all attended to our panel. And I would like to open the floor for questions from our beloved audience. Please.
Well, thank you so much. A big hand for all the panelists. And when you get ready for your questions, line up behind the microphones. And then we need the microphones because the live audience will hear it. And we have the first question over there.
One, two, three. Okay, now we are here. Hello. My name is Toby. I'm one of the global mentors for the Polyglots team. So a couple of people in this room may have seen me before. Wanted to ask, does the community team have any obvious place where you would collect good ideas about how to do things in a different way or what could be improved? Because I have a feeling that there are so many different things happening, there are so many people involved that I a little bit lose track on, okay, if I just have some idea, is there any kind of virtual box where I could just drop this idea so it doesn't get lost?
Do you mind?
First on Slack, on the Make WordPress Slack, you find the channel corresponding to the team you want to suggest things to. And then there would be a post posted on make.wordpress.org with anyone publicly can comment and bring new ideas, I think. Yeah. In every channel there is office hours as well, so at that time there is a lot of people to reply to you. So.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Thank you also for your dedicated work as polyglots, and we worked together for a long time on a global polyglots mentor team, so thank you also for your contributions, Tor. Any new questions, please?
Hi, my name is Olga, possibly some also saw me before. Anyway, I'm wondering if what is your next big WordPress desire? What you wish, like big wish you can like accomplish with help of all this audience who is looking for us right now. So, what you want?
Would you like?
I hope run WordCamp Asia in Japan.
Do you have any ideas? What's your biggest wish for WordPress in the community?
I would like to, we keep on talking about diversity and inclusion and accessibility, which is the 3 topics that I care a lot about, but a lot of people in the community care about this. And we had some interesting panels yesterday and talks about this, and we are talking about that. It's a hot topic. It's been a hot topic for years. And so I hope that this conversation keep going and we find more places and times to speak about it, like face-to-face or even remotely, but like taking really good care of this.
I would love for WordCamp Europe to be more European. It means, for example, the last year in Porto, at the Thursday event, there were Portuguese dancers, and that bring a lot of the local feel instead of only English international feel. Maybe in the future we can have like translation tool, automated tools, and have more, something more European rather than only like an international cosmopolitan feel, I think. And I didn't hear.
Yeah, multilingual.
Yes, multilingual translation. Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Would be great.
Yeah, my biggest wish is also to have some kind of entity within a WordPress community to ensure the diversity, equality, and inclusion, not only on WordCamps and Meetup, but also within the contributing groups, so that there's a dedicated team who have the knowledge and work intensively to make sure that everyone, despite of color or gender or sexual orientation or skill set, feels welcome and finds a place within the WordPress community.
Thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
Great question, Olga. We have time for one more question. Harry? Yeah. Fast. Harry.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Hari Shankar. I am a community deputy, and as Birgit mentioned, I am trying to build a mentorship program for WordPress. So my question is to all of you. Alice, you mentioned about the contributor journey, about like how somebody starts contributing at a contributor day, then they are not able to go forward. Like life comes in the way. I found it very interesting, and that's the problem that I'm trying to solve. I'm trying to, get, first of all, point one, get more people to come into WordPress, and point two, get them to stay. So my question to all of you is, I mean, you're all basically non-code contributors. I am a non-code contributor. So my question to all of you is, I would like to hear your thoughts on how to solve that problem. How can we get somebody who comes into the project to stay? Based on your experience, based on the pain points that you've faced, what are the ideas that we can do to sort of fix that problem? Thank you. This is to all of you.
I would like, first of all, thank you for your question. It's really a pain point to keep contributing or contributors on track and keep them motivated to contribute. From my experience, we started in Germany the marketing team twice. And it dried out because people disappeared, because they couldn't stay longer on the project. And I think we need more involvement, and as you mentioned, the mentorship program, I think it's important that we stay in touch and communicate on a regular basis and ask for their needs also. What obstacles do they face during their journey? First of all, we learn as mentors and experienced contributors, but also to maybe solve issues we didn't see as an experienced or seasoned contributor.
Yeah, I have the same experience in the Italian polyglot team. I think we were one of the first teams to organize a mentorship program inside the translation process. So every experienced translator had one of few new contributors to follow during their journey at the beginning of their translation journey, and this worked very well because you have a referent inside a community, somebody to speak and ask questions to, and that's very important for people knowing where to find that person that can solve the questions. Maybe not in the common channel, we can be intimidating sometimes, posing the question in the whole group. So having a direct channel of communication with your mentor, it's very important also for operational tasks like translations.
Do you have any?
I think you said it all. Yeah, this and what you mentioned before, to be sponsored, because for independent workers it's a bit more difficult to balance with your client work.
Yeah. Do you have additional ideas?
Yes, thank you. I agree you, and I believe size of contribution does not matter. Everyone can contribute. And let's encourage each other and the nice to each other.
These are the two speakers.
Thank you very much.
Right. Folks, I don't know if they have this time. I wanted to ask one more follow-up question, but I want to be mindful of time. Is it okay, Birgit? Can I ask one more question?
Well, quick.
Very quick. Okay.
Not to everybody.
Very short, very quick question. So for all of you.
No. One answer.
Okay. So it's related to this. Many of you mentioned that life comes in the way. That is a pain point which stopped you from contributing. I mean, generally. Other than that, is there anything in the project at this time that makes the process of contributing slow or prevents people from contributing continuously?
I think it's overwhelming of information. We need more guidance on the onboarding process on a WordPress site. So make it more visual, because collecting information from every make team, I feel overwhelmed, and I'm a seasoned contributor to WordPress, and I can't imagine how it feels for a newcomer. So I think, like you also did for your proposal for the mentorship program, to visualize the path, the contributor journey, have some visual guiding how they can start and where can they jump into the project would be really awesome. And designers, you don't need to have to code, or a project manager, you don't need to code to contribute to those user journeys and contributor journeys to WordPress. Does this answer your question?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's all the time we have. I'm so sorry. I could talk with everybody here for another 2 hours, I think. I have the little presents for you. Yeah, for the WordCamp card game today. Every attendee has a set of 4 cards, if you have them in your swag bag. Mingle, network, meet, these are the rules. Meet new people, trade your cards, but the other 4 cards from the Block Art Museum you will get from the community booth, and that's the perfect segue if you want to learn more about the 21 themes that are contributing to WordPress. You go to the community booth and learn that. So the last question session before Matt's session. So if you are in the back of it, why don't you come a little bit closer so it's a little bit more conversational and not so distant? Because back there, the speaker won't see you. So before, yeah. So my name is Birgit Pauli-Haag. I'm the MC here, and I just have 3 announcements for you. The first, and very important, because this is one of the last sessions of the 2 days. Please give feedback about the sessions that you visited, that you listened to, and that you participated in. Go to the WordPress Europe website for 2023/feedback, and feedback, and then you can fill out the form for each session that you participated in. For the live stream audience, I have if you are watching on the live stream, you can also submit questions via social media for Matt's Q&A that happened at 4 in an hour, roughly in an hour. You can submit them to Twitter and Instagram. Both is WC Europe is the account, and also on the Facebook page. And very important, for the after party, the theme is Happy 20th Birthday WordPress. It starts at 9:30, which is 20:30, at the Lohan Athens nightclub. Very important, bring your badge, otherwise you will have trouble getting your snack or getting your 2 drink tokens, and you can also get additional drinks purchased. And so we can start on time. I am happy to introduce the next speaker, which is Petaya Rajkowska, and the talk is Leading with Cultural Intelligence, Strategies for Breaking the Invisible Boundaries of Global Business. Petya is joining us from Bulgaria. She's the Director of Agency Operations at HumanMade, a globally distributed WordPress agency. In 15+ years of experience in software development industry, Petya held roles in product marketing, event management, enterprise media, product development, business operations, project management, and resource management. Petya has volunteered, led, and enabled global open source communities, one of which is the WordPress Polyglots, where we heard so much about it in the previous talk here. She played a key role in developing their passion for breaking the boundaries of cross-cultural communication. Give it up for Petya Rajkowska.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm just gonna drop this over here. All right, last session. Let's be on time. First time I'm using this, excuse me. So, let's see if it works. All right, starting with a story. It's 9:03, and I'm late. It's not a new thing, but exactly 8 minutes ago, all my notifications started popping up. I have all of them set. Calendars, Apple Watch, phone, desktop, Google Calendar, iCal, all started popping up. And yet, I'm late. I went to see the call agenda. I got carried away. I'm jumping on a call 3 minutes late, and my colleague looks very pissed. And she's right. I mean, I shouldn't be late. But the issue is I am always late, and she says that. This is turning into a thing, and I'm getting that this is turning into a problem for me, so what are we going to do about it? I sigh and take a deep breath, and I try to calm down, because to me, 3 minutes shouldn't be that big of a deal. They shouldn't. They really shouldn't. And I know that. And we're wasting time discussing something after I'm already late. I try to keep composed and apologize. That's the simplest way to move forward. But inside of my head, my grumpy Bulgarian is angry. 3 minutes should not be a big deal. The thing is, my colleague is American. I know for them being on time is important. She's right. I'm being disrespectful. But I was born in communist Bulgaria, and I spent the first 7 years of my life under the regime, and the rest of my life like rebelling against anyone or anything that tried to put me in a strict border. So time was one of the things I was actively rebelling against in my teenage years at school, trying to convince my teachers, it doesn't matter, I'm late for class, I'm still going to be top of the class. I went to an extreme where I almost didn't graduate, even though I wasn't top of my class, because there's something in Bulgaria we call unexcusable absence, and I had too many of those. So yeah, time. Time is one of the things that makes a big difference between how people perceive situations and behave across cultures. And for my American colleagues, 3 minutes are a big deal. So in the global world that we live in, work in today, where people are remote and all over the world, we all speak English. Somehow, that became the language of our business. But what also happened is somehow, along the way, Western cultural norms became the norm of the business world. And even though we all speak English, miscommunication often happens because of that. And it happens because we have differences in our cultural background. When miscommunication and misunderstanding happens at work, it's usually due to differences in our cultural programming. In your personal and professional life, cultural awareness should be the next big thing, especially if you need to run and especially if you need to lead across cultures. But in any role in our kind of new global reality post-pandemic, I guess a lot of businesses have gone remote. Regardless of whether you're building a business or actively contributing to WordPress, it helps. Cultural intelligence will give you an edge and the ability to understand the people around you. These are kind of the 3 pillars that are important today. Obviously, being smart is important to run a business, but not even remotely enough. Emotional intelligence became a thing when smart people realized that they need to work with other smart people to be able to actually achieve something. You know, how easy would it be if people weren't involved in the things that we wanted to do? And today, the new thing is learning to work with people who are not like you. And that is where cultural intelligence comes into play. The Dutch social psychologist, whose name I perpetually have not been able to pronounce, and I'm going to try now, and the Dutch people among you, if there are any of you, excuse me, Harry Hofstede, who is probably going to be familiar to those of you who have dealt with the issue of cultural differences. He introduced the cultural dimensions many, many years ago. He famously said that culture is the software of the mind. It is the operating system that invisibly runs our lives and the way we have been programmed to see the world. And cultural intelligence is often the missing piece when people from different cultures work together. That or the willingness and ability to understand colleagues due to benchmarking their behavior with your own culture. Which is where this disclaimer comes in. Very often, when I talk cultural differences with people, I get confronted with the following. You shouldn't really talk about culture here. You should just get to know the individual. It's important to know who you're speaking to. It's important to get to know the person in front of you. We're all unique. And speaking of culture, cultural difference leads to stereotyping. Stereotyping is bad. We should be looking and judging people as individuals, not as a product of their environment. Which is all true. It is. We are all unique, and this is important. But understanding someone's cultural background is not about you. And it's not about the person that you're talking to. The issue is that if you ignore cultural context, you judge everyone's behavior with your own culture as a benchmark. So your standard is what you know. One of the definitions of cultural intelligence in an outsider's seeming ability to understand and perceive the behaviors of others, the ambiguous gestures, and the puzzling things that they do, similarly to how that person's co-patriots would. So over the years, I've held 2 primary jobs. The past 10 years, I've been a part of the WordPress community, and 8 years ago, I joined Human Made. Both distributed, global companies that gave me the opportunity to work with people from everywhere and to be puzzled as a person coming from a specific part of the world. When Human Made was created, it was Tom and Joe freelancing for a British newspaper. So the majority of the employees over the years were a part of the Anglo cluster, similar to them. They're both from the UK, born and raised. And as the company grew, we acquired small Australian agencies, then they started hiring people from the Americas, they started expanding the number of people. Almost all of us in the beginning came from the WordPress community, so they were following kind of the model of how the open source project was built, hiring the best people wherever they were, working with clients all over the place. And then the Polyglots team is probably the biggest WordPress team. It has thousands and thousands of people, probably like in the tens of thousands, translating into more than 200 languages and language variants, also coming from all over the world. So when I first started working with the WordPress Polyglots team, I was completely petrified, because it's almost like, you know, being thrown into a meeting of the United Nations, having to be like a big representative. And very quickly, they gave me a lead role, which also meant that I needed to resolve conflict. So how can a complete rookie that has no understanding of a lot of cultural differences really do that? I was really, really scared because I knew nothing. What turned out throughout the years was this knowing nothing when you're in a position like that, and being curious is way better than if you think that you know everything and you know how things should be done. Because you can't know all things about all people. Also, you don't really have to. We'll repeat this quite a lot throughout this talk. Cultural intelligence is not how much you know about others. Cultural intelligence is your ability to suspend judgment based on the way that you perceive the world. To accept that there is not a single normal, not only in business, in your communication with all types of people. And have a general awareness about key differences in the way people think when they're in front of you. So, if curiosity is the key, let's start with the theory. The global cultural clusters, as defined by David Livermore in his CQ Insight series, highly recommended if you're curious about that sort of thing. They will teach you how to behave with people while you're traveling, as well as how to talk to your colleagues coming from other places. They're very interesting and very American, as in they were written with the American context in mind, explaining cultural differences to an American audience. So it's sometimes very funny to listen to that as somebody coming from a completely different culture. And it's important to acknowledge that cultural clusters can be dispersed. They're not geographically necessarily focused. There are some cultural clusters that are all over the place. There are some geographic regions that only have like a specific culture. In the current global world, everyone is everywhere, and culture is not only where you come from. It's also how you were raised, what religion you are in, what profession you chose, and how you pursue that. It's important to acknowledge how high level these definitions are and how diverse and mixed the world is. You might be born into one cultural cluster, but highly, highly influenced by another, just like me. I have worked quite a lot in the last 10 years with people from all over the world. Most of the lessons that I've learned by doing, and I've made quite a lot of mistakes and broken quite a lot of relationships along the way. This is the hard way to do this. But I never really found a good framework to put all of my knowledge into until I read the culture map by INSEAD professor Erin Mayer. It's great because it gives you a simple 8-scale to differentiate cultural differences. And we're going to go through those now. So these differences shape how people communicate, make decisions, lead, provide feedback, disagree, perceive time, decide, and trust across cultures. And based on those, we're able to create a map of relativity that can help you navigate this complex environment and understand situations, build strategies around choosing how to approach challenges. Just build a basis of a point from where to go. So we won't have time to dive really deeply into all of them, but I want to take you through some stories from colleagues and friends through most of them, and hopefully you can relate to some of these situations. Communication. The communication scale divides into low context and high context cultures. In low context cultures, good communication is precise, simple, and clear. Messages are expressed and understood at face value, and repetition is appreciated. It helps clearly define communication. In high context cultures, good communication is sophisticated, it's layered. Messages can be both spoken and implied, and body language and obviously different factors play a very, very, very big role. On the one end of the scale, you can see the Anglo clusters, and on the other end of the scale, you can see the East Asia and Confucian Asia clusters. Communication as the big thing in the cultural differences is one of the things that we get wrong very often. And if you think about it, what remote work did to the business, people coming from high context cultures very often cannot read the cues that they're used to in day-to-day communication. They can't read body language. Our cameras are off, so sometimes you can't even read like facial expressions. So they're at a little bit of a disadvantage, which is why remote work, in multicultural teams, we need to create low context processes, and non-native English speakers need to be invited to speak. Because in high context cultures, people are used to you reading their whole demeanor. Not just what they're saying, sometimes that might even be a different thing. You need to be able to perceive their behavior and judge about what they want to communicate from that. It strips people from specific cultures. Remote work strips people from specific cultures being able to perceive and understand situations. And the Japanese are famous, apparently, for being able to read the air in a room. So environment surrounding the person is extremely important. So it's important when you're creating your company culture and values and your behavioral framework to have that in mind. When you're in a situation, people from various backgrounds in the room defaulting to low context communication is one thing, but also being very clear that that's what you're doing is the next thing that you need to do. And it's not just enough to say, this is how we do it, now you all do it like that. Because some people are not going to speak unless invited. And asking people whose default is to speak up when they're told to, and people who need to be invited to speak, to do the same thing, is actually asking for a completely different level of effort if you have a cross-cultural team. You know, it will be way harder for some people to be initiative. The next scale is the power distance. And this is where I have numerous examples. But first of all, let's go through what one and what the other is. So egalitarian and hierarchical are the two ends. So an egalitarian structure means a low power distance. The ideal distance between a boss and a subordinate is very low. The best boss is a facilitator among equals. Organizational structures are flat. And communication skips hierarchical lines. You can talk to anyone. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's okay to disagree with your boss openly. It's okay to call them out on things. People are more likely to move kind of to action without getting permission, just being more and more initiative. Where in hierarchical structures, everything is very, very defined. The ideal distance is high, and the best boss is the strong kind of director who leads from the front. Status is important, extremely important. Organizational structures are multi-layered and very complicated. Communication flows a very specific line. You cannot just like jump over somebody's boss. And if you send your boss to a meeting, they will send theirs. So power distance is such an interesting thing because HumanMade is the most egalitarian company I've ever worked from. It would never ever occur to anyone to call our CEO, Tom, there he is over there, Mr. Wilmot. that would be extremely sarcastic if anybody did that borderline passive-aggressive. Tom runs barefoot around at company retreats in pants. We've seen him in like 5 years in a row, and he can talk to you about Age of Empires and his kids and the state of enterprise WordPress publishing in the same conversation. You know, he will dance like no one's watching in front of everyone, and like you can just go to him as the last person starting in a company and start a conversation about anything. As an example of our egalitarian structure, I once gave feedback to our CTO, the other partner in the company, Joe, on stage at WordCamp US about a very shitty website that he built that deprived me from being able to edit the backend. This is, you know, how open our feedback process is. And when they created the company, the values and the behaviors that they expected kind of transferred to everybody else. So the company they built is like very low power distance, very egalitarian, very flat. We only started introducing hierarchy the moment we started growing very, very much. And, at some point, I became somewhere in the middle of that hierarchy, a person that had to hire their team. And I did. I hired 2 allocation managers from opposite sides of the world because as a global company, we needed to cover 3 regions. To be able to do that, I hired Shannon from Chicago and Vanita from Bangalore. Both really skilled, amazing women who I thought had very similar aptitude to work and were very much alike one another. They were both initiative, fun, very outspoken, very diligent, just really, both seemed really great. And in terms of communication, their interviews went like in a very similar way. You know, we were just like chatting, and you know, when I hired them, I thought that I have a team that will be pretty easy to manage. And I mean, big mistake number 1, I approached the same, had the same approach towards managing both of them. The first thing that I do when I start working with somebody new, especially when they're part of my team, is like I talk about feedback. Because I used to not receive feedback well, and I know how touchy that is. And it's been a point of friction for me for years. So I sat them down and I told them, I love feedback in context. We give and receive feedback in the open. You're open to criticize me, like, and kind of contradict me in public. Like, if I'm saying something stupid, just like call me out on it, it's fine. That's the most normal thing. But please, just like don't wait for a feedback review to come in to kind of tell me what you're thinking. And if we're working on a project, you're absolutely welcome to just disagree with me. And they were like, "Oh, this is amazing! This is so great! Thank you!" They enthusiastically said that that was something that they loved. And we started working, and with Shannon, I had no issues. She was, really kind of boldly kind of giving suggestions in discussions in public. We were talking about options. She was agreeing, kind of contradicting, and all that. Oh man, the first time Bonita and I were on a call, and I publicly disagreed with her, and I told her that I think that there is a better way to do it. We went on a one-on-one call after because I saw her face blank out. She did not speak until the end of the common call that we were having. And we went on a one-on-one, and she bursted crying. She was just like, "You're going to fire me now, aren't you?" And I was like, "What?" I want to understand what happened. What happened? And she said, she said, "I was wrong, and you told me I was wrong in front of everyone. Like, how can you, I thought that was it." She was still on probation, so like that kind of makes sense. And I asked her, but we just a couple of days ago had this conversation. Feedback in public, the public disagreements, all of that. And she said, "Well, you're my boss. Of course I'm going to say that's okay." Trust, the big thing. So task-based and relationship-based trust, and you have countries on both ends of the map. The essence of this is that for low-context egalitarian cultures, trust is built by doing things. You say you're going to do what you say you're going to do. You do it. We trust you. On the other side of that is the relationship-based trust. And there are people who only build trust through relationships and through doing things together. And throughout my years in the WordPress community, traveling all over the world, I guess the most valuable lesson that I've learned is you can't do business in Japan without going to karaoke. You cannot do business in Portugal or Italy without overeating. There's no way. They just won't work. Multicultural remote teams need FaceTime. They need to be able to build relationships and personal relationships. So getting them live in person is important. And if you can't do that, like we couldn't during the pandemic, create an environment where these things can happen even remotely and in person. The decision scale is very interesting. The consensual versus top-down decision-making. So decisions in consensual cultures, decisions are made in groups through agreement, and in top-down, decisions are made by individuals. Obviously, cultures with high power distance usually do top-down decision-making, and countries with low power distance do consensual decision-making. The worst thing you can do if you have a multicultural team is your egalitarian consensual teams to enforce a top-down decision on them. Oh man, they will fight you on that, and trust will be broken. In multicultural teams, the first thing you need to decide is how you're going to make decisions. And do not apply the same approach in all your regions with all your people. Disagreeing, confrontational versus avoid confrontation cultures. We tried at Human Made last year. Not we tried, like we started embedding the principles of high-performing teams. And one of those principles is embracing conflict as a way to move past an obstacle. This is a very kind of egalitarian, low-power distance cultural norm. And it was extremely heavy and difficult for our APAC region, who were concerned very silently about it at first. 3 months later, somebody raised their hand and said, actually, conflict is not something that we are very comfortable with. And it's true. Where in some cultures, conflict is accepted and embedded within the mindset, there's no way, like, unless you disagree, there's no way to constructively move on. In others, it breaks relationships, especially conflict in public. It breaks the harmony. It's embedded in their, like, from their religious, all the way to kind of their mindset believes shouting in public is not acceptable. On the other side of that, like some of my French friends and my Greek friends, for that, matter, and my Italian friends will shout at each other and fight openly at the dinner table and then go dancing together. If that happened somewhere in East Asia, these people never speak to each other again. And feedback, that's a tricky one as well. Do you give it in public? Can you give it in public? When you give it in private, how are you supposed to give it? If you're managing a team that is that has like different cultural backgrounds, if you adopt the same approach, you're going to piss off someone. If you go very soft with like the sandwich approach to people that are used to being very direct, you're going to piss them off. If you do direct, very abrupt feedback, blunt, to a person that is used to a soft approach, you're going to demotivate them and make them cry. So think about where the person you're talking to was born and how they were raised. Try and get to know them before you have to provide feedback. Direct negative feedback versus indirect negative feedback. Frankness or diplomacy. Is speaking frankly a gift? Oh, sorry. Is speaking frankly a gift? Or is it a burden? Is it a slap in the face? On the one side, we have our APAC team who we have to approach everything very cautious with. And we need to be very careful about offending someone. On the other side is my colleague Frank, who will call you an idiot in a comment in a post and then be happy having a beer with you. Persuading is one of my favorites, but I'm kind of running out of time here on the scale, which is why I'm going to tell you that it's roughly related to how the educational system is where you grow up. So if you were taught theory first, then you do principles first approach. And if you were taught implementation first, so like let's do and learn by doing, then that is the applications first approach. But based on where you grew up and how you were taught, how somebody else can persuade you is very related to that. Which brings us back to time. Punctuality versus, my slide is wrong, it needs to say flexibility, or how late is actually late. In linear time, project steps are very consecutive. If you're familiar with the waterfall approach, this is basically what linear time means. Everything needs to be organized. Time, one step follows the other, nothing can overlap. The focus is on the deadline, sticking to that. The schedule, following the schedule is a must, it's very important. Everything is conscious of time. Emphasis is on promptness and good organization, not flexibility. With flexible time, project steps are approached in a fluid manner, changing tasks as opportunities arise. Many things are dealt with at once and interruptions are okay. The focus is on adaptability and flexibility, and that's valued. So with scheduling, how late is actually quite relative. And it's probably okay that 3 minutes late means nothing to me, but means everything to my American colleagues. The important thing to remember, however, is that the culture map is a scale. Everything is relative. And you have to judge situations by the people that you have in the room and adapt. And developing your cultural intelligence is actually not that difficult. It doesn't mean knowing everything about every person that's in front of you. In looking for a formula for this, because of course I will look for a formula, a 1, 2, 3 step to developing your cultural intelligence, I happened upon this talk by Julia Middleton, who's also a professor, and she talks about the 2 things that we have in ourself, which is, one is our core and one is our flex. And our core is, when thinking about your core, you should ask yourself, what is the most important thing for me? What are the most important things for me? What are the things that make me me? What are the things that make you you? What are the values and behaviors without which you're not going to be yourself anymore? And that's your core. And everything else, if you want to develop your cultural intelligence, needs to be in your flex. These graphs here, on the, what is it? Like it's your left, on your left over there is a person that changes their core values and behaviors so often that there's no way for you to trust them. That's too unacceptable. On the other side of that is my grandpa, who never ever changes anything that he thinks and believes, and who until his dying day insisted that I needed to know my place in life, and how dare I deviate from that. And in the middle, somewhere in the middle, is that flexibility that we all must have. And on the borders of that are our knots. At some point during your journey, you're going to, as you meet people and learn things, you're going to happen upon things that make you uncomfortable. And maybe things that you're not very proud of in your upbringing, parts of your cultural programming that you maybe question, and parts of your cultural programming that are challenged by other cultures. And these are your knots. So that same my place in life thing that my grandfather really wanted to kind of push upon me is one of my knots. It's so deeply engraved into how I was raised that I actually fight with it every day. So my natural cultural programming is telling me no. Don't speak up, don't want more, know your place. My knot is kind of, and me questioning my knots, is just telling me move on. This is not you. This can be in your flex. So CQ is developed by having the courage to have those conversations that make you uncomfortable, and having the willingness to admit your knots and either move past them or accept and acknowledge them. Because when you meet other people, you can only develop your cultural intelligence if they decide to share with you. And they will only do it if they think that you have enough cultural intelligence to accept and admit. And there are some things that you can do. You can listen, learn to listen, actively learn and show interest in others, not perceive otherness as threatening. You can be aware of your knots, learn to make a fool of yourself, and recognize and stand up to cultural intolerance. You can tune your body, head, and heart towards listening, and maybe you will never understand, but at least you will learn. Because cultural intelligence starts with understanding your own culture. Am I out of time? Yeah, I'm late. Oh, I'm late, okay. I have 2 more slides.
All right.
Can I do them?
Okay.
Okay.
Of course.
So reverse engineer yourself and challenge your culture. Because apparently I am late, and for at least some of you, this will be outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you, Kataya Rajkowska. But here, there's Q&A. We have time for Q&A. So if you took something that you wanted to ask Petaya about cultural intelligence,
About anything,
there are
really.
or other things.
Yeah.
There are 2 microphones here, left and right, and if you want to line up there, we have about 10 minutes for 7 minutes for Q&A before we make everybody late for Matt.
Okay.
So, are there any questions?
Toby?
Yes.
Hi, Toby.
Hi, Petya. Thank you. Great speech, really. I mean, energizing.
Okay.
Thank you. You said that you got a very rough start as a global polyglot mentor. Okay, this is an internal joke. But
Toby is
she dumped it on
Toby
me
is
and
the
that's
other.
right.
Yeah, I pushed that role onto him and kind of left for a while,
Yeah.
which is why he is on mic right now. Just
But it's okay.
threw him in the bin after I was thrown in the same way.
It's okay. I can deal with it.
Okay.
Now.
Now.
Yeah, so I think one thing you should just show the public here, how a typical Bulgarian will show with their head yes and no, because, I mean, Indian is a bit separate, right? And Bulgarian is another place.
Okay, yeah, well, so Bulgarians shake their heads for yes and not for no. It's very similar to how Greeks say ne, which means yes in their language, and in our language that means no. So we're very close, but you know, it can be a part of that. Thanks, Toby. Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, compliments for your Dutch pronunciation of Geert Hofstede, I think it was.
Yeah, oh my God, are you Dutch? I am mortified. 3 Dutch people tried to teach me that in the last 2.5 days, and I probably
Don't worry about it. One question I had, you talked about the values within human-made and also the differences you have with the teams in the different regions. So what is your number 1 tip to make sure that those values, which are, well, let's say a little bit Dutch, so straightforward, out in the open, how do they translate and how do you translate them to those teams in other regions?
Well, it's a it has, like, the most important thing is for it to be a conversation, for it to not be something that you push on them, but for whoever you're onboarding into your company, we have, like, really paid attention to our onboarding processes. Those values need to be a conversation. These are our values, not just like, these are our values, follow them. These are our values, how do they make you feel? Do you have any questions? Is there anything that maybe worries you? And then ask those questions over and over again as you see people struggling with some of them. Because as I said, some people will say everything is okay, but maybe you can also approach those conversations a little differently by, unfortunately, having to use stereotypes, you know, knowing specifically which team you're talking to. Some things you can invite in to the conversation a bit more broadly. But basically, that just don't push them down, just discuss them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have time for one last question, Joel.
Hi, Petya.
Hi.
I have a question about when, trying to have these conversations, who should be responsible for initiating the conversation? Like, if there's a group that is, like you talk about at Human Made, it's a very Anglo, oriented company. Should it be the Anglo-focused people or the Anglo people that are initiating these conversations to better understand the people that are, from Southeast Asia?
Yeah.
Or is it the people that are more of the outsiders should be initiating the conversations about their needs and how they're different?
Yeah. It's interesting because actually in our American region, we have representatives from several clusters now, which you think, Americans can communicate and talk to each other and all that. But like when the Brazilian team joined, all of these things kind of became very, very apparent. People that struggle a little bit with that English or were from a different cultural background, weren't that open to speaking up, etc. The great thing about Human Made is we are very enabled from the get-go to initiate conversations at any level. Who should be responsible? Whoever notices. Who should be responsible for embedding a culture of understanding diversity and cultural awareness and cultural intelligence? That's definitely on the head of the company. we need to have those conversations. Yeah, there he is. Well, not just you. Or were you raising your hand because you had a question? But yeah, I think that it should start with the wider company values, basically saying that it's okay to be different. And it should kind of cascade down towards everyone. But we've had so many amazing examples. Human-made's gone from egalitarian towards a hierarchical structure. But throughout the years, the people who have been a part of our very, very flat company in the beginning have felt so enabled that because we learn by doing and we copy behaviors and we like try and lead by example in the company, I think people just naturally kind of soak up. But there are definitely situations where you see that there's something happening or something isn't happening, and that's where you question why it isn't happening, and when you find the answer there, you initiate the conversation. And it should happen at all layers of the company, I think. It shouldn't be the responsibility of a single department or even a single person. Yeah.
All right, that's all the time we have today.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for Petja. I have a little present for you.
Thank you. I'll be outside if you'd like to further chat. There's quite a lot to talk about, I guess. All right, thank you so much.
So, yeah, and that concludes the session here at track 2. I would ask you to all go over to track 1 to listen to Matthias Ventura and Josefa Hayden-Chamfouzy talking about variations on the 20th anniversary, and then followed by a Q&A with Matt Molenweg. For those on the live stream, you can submit your questions for Matt or others through Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. On Twitter and Instagram, the account is WC Europe, one word, small letters. And well, thank you all so much, and I'll see you over there, track 1.